Hey, what's up, guys? Merry early Christmas, and yeah, so this is the Christmas special. We're starting Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. We'll do the full 3 books for Christmas. So here's book 1, From the Ashes. Very, very beautiful game. Looks like some tracks in the snow. That looks a little rough.
This should do. How do you feel?
Can't complain. After all, there's a cozy tree in my back.
I promise, this will be the last fire. After tonight, it won't be trees anymore, but walls and a roof. In Shiring, I will find a job.
What if the bishop wants to hire you for life? To keep his palace in shape, but maybe strengthen the town's defenses? Plain things, Tom Builder. Just walls and roofs.
There. Took me a lifetime to find some dry ones in this wet. Why didn't we just use your staff? That old thing would have done nicely.
Because that thing is precious. It's not made to burn. And we might be able to sell it. Right, now let's see if this does the trick.
Ah, very, very soothing.
Martha, you want to cut up some turnips? We'll be making soup.
If it helps.
Alfred, you go and look for water.
We could just eat snow.
No, it'll be proper water for my family. You sit, I'll take care of it.
You still haven't answered my question, Tom Builder. What if the bishop offered you a job like they did in Exeter? Something that is beneath your craft, but pays for a lifetime. Easy work.
Well, building something is never easy.
You know what I mean. After Exeter, you said I could create something...
His nartheist.
Something that stands for eternity, or I could die setting up houses and sheds. But what if houses and sheds would feed your family? Would you stay this time, or would you keep on looking?
I'd be glad to stay.
Would you now? Just promise me you'll think about it.
Men and their legacies.
Can you see the sun yet?
No, but Martha...
Don't distract me. I'm working.
Maybe.
Tom's staff. Tom received this mason's tool as a farewell gift in Exeter 1125. He used it to lay the groundwork for the new buildings. Its shadow can tell time and point out the east, the direction a church must always face. Exeter was Tom's first time working on a cathedral. Initially, it was like any other job. His master builder often scolded him for not working up to standard, but soon Tom began to understand the importance of proportion, the symbolism of numbers, and the almost magical formulas for solid structures. The staff reminds him of his dream to one day build the perfect cathedral from the ground up. Interesting.
Alfred!
I'm joking. Don't listen to me.
We have here guessing that will come to play
Snow.
over the fire.
Why did it have to come down just now?
I don't know if we should put it on so early or not.
Shouldn't you get water first?
Yeah, probably wait till we get the water. Obviously needs to be used for the water.
Hungry?
This
I'm fine.
gorgeous background. Uh-oh, our kids' stomachs are rumbling. What kind of father are we? Just a frozen puddle. It's not good.
Too hard for my fist, but my pot should break it. Houses and sheds. Oh. Harder, Tom, harder. By God. Walls and roofs.
They time it just right.
I'd be glad. I should be glad.
Oh, that's very ominous.
Tom! What's keeping you?
Sign of future calamity, mayhaps? All right, big boy. Let's get the water.
I don't need any more.
Our wife looks very pregnant.
And did you think about what I asked you?
I'll take the job.
Dreaming of building a cathedral was foolish. When we get to Shiring, I'll take the job.
Why is a cathedral so special?
Well, you've seen a few. You should know.
Yes, but there are so many already. Why do you have to build another one? Is it because God needs more houses?
May I?
If you must.
Well. Actually, a cathedral isn't so different from any other house. It always starts simple, with some walls.
And on top of that, you put a roof.
Very good. A roof to keep off the rain, and walls to keep up the roof. Together that makes one big, long, but dark room. Like a cave.
Beautiful. I don't even know what a porticus is. Porticus.
So of
I am
course,
not an
there's
architect.
light coming in.
Windows.
Right. So the people inside can see what they're doing.
I think you forgot something. People can't get in if there are only walls.
Right. That's why we mustn't forget the doors. And not only doors, but a big and impressive one to let in as many people as possible. By now, we've carved quite a few holes in our cathedral. Unfortunately, not every building can carry a roof like that and have so many windows.
So what do we do?
Good and solid work, that's what we do. If we don't want our cave to collapse, we have to make everything perfect. Not only strong, but consistent and perfectly even. The walls, the roof, the windows, everything perfectly proportioned.
You shouldn't say big words like proportioned when talking to a child.
What does it mean?
It means beauty. Well,
Symmetry.
it means not only will it keep them dry, it will give them hope. Like this?
Mama?
Oh my goodness. It looks a little intense for
The baby.
a normal pregnancy. But what do I know?
Not due. Have your waters broken yet?
Soon after we started walking this morning.
You should have told me.
I'm so tired. I don't believe I can bring it into the world.
Well, look at all the blood.
I'll help your wife you do this. How do we do it? Wait.
Right, what can I do to help?
Cover me.
Will she die? She'll die, right?
I'm not a doctor.
Mama.
Oh my gosh.
What else can I do?
Give the children something to do.
Children? Martha? Collect some reeds and make me 2 lengths of string, each big enough for a necklace.
What for?
You'll see.
What about me?
Go and collect more wood. Let's have a bigger fire.
Do what your father tells you.
Yes, Mother.
Let me cover you. What else can I do?
Just stay with me.
I put more wood on the fire.
Can you feel the warmth?
Yes.
Probably.
Remember when Martha was born? And the Lady Isabella acted as midwife.
You were building a chapel. And you asked her to send her maid to fetch the midwife from the village.
Yeah, and she said, that drunken old witch will let her deliver a literal wolfhound pups. And she took us to her own chamber. And poor Lord Robert could not go to bed until Martha was born.
But why are you talking about that now? She's bleeding.
There's something we're missing. I don't think there's much we can do.
I'd say for a year as bad as this one, we've managed quite well.
You lost your work. And then Martha almost got killed by that pig thief. You call that well?
We're going through hell.
I know. But we're still here for each other, aren't we? Holding together as a family. Us builders aren't carved out of measly wood. Never were.
You expect a lump of granite to come falling from my legs?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's not long now. Be ready.
Yeah, I know we should distract her with stories if she needs to concentrate on giving birth.
Oh, your hands are cold.
I can warm them for you.
No. Stay here. Please.
I'm proud of you.
I feel so weak.
You'll make it. You're a strong woman. That's why I love you so much.
Two of a kind.
Aw.
She's losing too much blood.
I'm sorry that I kept quiet all day. I didn't want anyone to worry.
It was a little selfish.
Coming! Help me, Tom! It's coming!
I can see it.
Oh!
Very thankful for modern medicine.
Looks horrible.
He's perfect. A perfect boy.
Aw.
You're still bleeding.
It's all right. It will stop soon.
That's a lot of blood.
Tom,
Yes?
thank you for being my midwife.
Yo, Wendy,
Do you remember the
you go, girl.
I came to you in your lodge when you were working on my father's church?
Of course. How could I ever forget?
I never regretted giving myself to you. Never. For one moment.
No.
Every time I think of that night, I feel so glad.
Kids right here, kind of awkward. Kids, when she gave herself, she meant like her cooking. Like she gave us lots of good food.
I hope you
Right.
build your cathedral.
I thought you were against it.
I was. But I was wrong. You deserve something beautiful. Build a beautiful cathedral.
Well, I have 3 beautiful children. Well, one handsome, one beautiful, and I think I can't remember if we got a bouncing baby boy
What's wrong
or
with her face?
oh, is it a girl?
Agnes!
Oh no, it's the way.
Agnes, wake up!
No, not our wife. It's too much. Voila. The Pillars of the Earth. Yeah, this is based on a novel I've never read, but I'm very intrigued because of this game. It's anything like this game. It's very, very beautiful, amazing. If you want your cathedral to bring hope, you want your cathedral to bring hope, you told Agnes you'd accept any job offered by the bishop. You struggled to support Agnes for... Oh, we failed. You found information about Tom's past. How about what we didn't do? Book 1, From the Ashes. The Ashes. Chapter 1. Philip.
The year of our Lord 1135 had come to an end. King Henry of England, son of William the Conqueror, had died. It was a time of poverty and death. In their despair, some had come to believe Christ and all his saints had gone to sleep, and that the pillars of the earth themselves had begun to crumble. Brother Paul? Hello!
You just crossed the bridge, right? That'll be a farthing for you and a penny for your horse.
How dare you ask a toll from a monk? Do you know who I am, brother?
The monk from the woods. Brother Paul said you'd be coming by. He said you'd bring cheese. It's not easy doing the Lord's work when you're hungry.
I will let the prior know you neglect your duties.
Yeah, things look like they're going to crap, so...
Take care of my horse, I'm late.
I tend to...
Just leave it with me. I'll get it down to the priory later, once I've caught myself a fish down here by the river. Fresh fish is much better than the salted ones they feed us.
Prior James will hear about this.
Prior James? That's him the bells are tolling for. Don't you know? The devil has come to Kingsbridge.
Ooh.
The devil has come to Kingsbridge?
Use Philip's Bible on objects, find out what the Bible tells Philip about them, or on people to discuss matters of faith. Yeah, I don't want to be super harsh, but, like, this place looks like it's going to crap.
Whoever is righteous has regard for the life of his beast.
What verse is that? I'm not saying there is or isn't. I don't know every verse in the Bible by heart by any means. Just curious. River.
By the breath of God, ice is given, and the broad waters are frozen fast. Hello? I'm sure there was someone moving behind a window, but most houses are empty.
What is that? Well, you better get to the monastery to get to the funeral in time. Man, that guy can book it. That guy, like, works out. It's like a mill that's frozen over. It's a manger. See if it's abandoned.
It's locked.
Mysterious. It looks like the river's all frozen over. Yeah, we gotta get to the monastery. Oh my gosh. Kind of mysterious. It's like one of the towers has gone into disrepair. Stables, collapsed tower, the cloister, the kitchen, guest house. Yeah, let's go right into. I'm assuming the funeral's happening in the chapel.
Huh. Why did they lock it? Maybe the side entrance is open.
Go through the cloister, maybe.
When he opened the sixth seal, I looked, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth. The moon became like blood, and the stars of the sky fell to the earth as the fig tree sheds its winter fruit when shaken by a gale.
Is he quoting Revelation? What is he quoting?
Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the pestilence that walketh in darkness. The pestilence that rode in on the lightning that struck our cathedral 4 years ago. Did you not all feel its presence here ever since? James did, and I did as well. But the Lord says, because he hath set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. Our beloved Prior James has served the Lord all his life. He shall be delivered from the darkness, from this dark earth.
Prior James?
Philip.
Francis?
For many years, James has been our prior. After the upcoming election, I vow to lead Kingsbridge Priory with the same steady hand.
So he was in line succession.
Amen.
Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but intriguing.
Philip, we told your brother you'd come to Kingsbridge New Year's Day.
I did not expect to see you here.
I was on my way back to Gloucester and wanted to see you.
A priest working in the world of politics. You must tell us about it, Francis.
Of course.
And his brother a prior of what now? 2 years?
It's been 4 years, Cuthbert.
I see. How are things in St. John of the Forest, Philip?
Gonna be rude, but
Our little cell is happy and healthy.
Happy and healthy. Thanks to your brother, Francis, St. John in the Forest is prospering. His novices are obedient, his monks humble and pious. Well, our own priory is in such a sorry state.
I wasn't gonna say it, but
You know James did the best he could. It was not his fault. Also, they make a remarkable cheese in St. John's. Come by the kitchen later to see us, will you?
Brother Cuthbert seemed upset.
Well, we all are. The way James died was disturbing.
Disturbing? How did Prior James die?
7 days ago, Brother Remigius found James's room empty. We all looked for him for hours. Then we found his footprints by the bridge and a hole in the ice.
Oh no.
No.
Like an accident?
In the small hours of Christmas Day, he must have walked out on the river. We didn't even find his body. The river took him, and the cold.
I will pray for James.
A little unusual.
See me when you have time, Philip. I will be in the cathedral.
And I should go and see how Brother Cuthbert is doing. It's good to see you, Philip. Maybe things will get better after the chapter elects the new prior.
Hopefully. I will come by the kitchen later, Milius.
If you can't enjoy the wine and the women, you can enjoy the song and the food, I guess. Well, you might have the yeah, you might get enjoy the wine, but not indulge.
So what do you think it means?
I don't know. There is no reason to punish us for asking.
At least it wasn't Remigius who punished us. Brother Mark.
Little wine just for communion.
Once a week.
I saw him crying yesterday.
He cried. One more beating by Remigius, and he'll run.
I don't think so. Do you? Do you ever think of running?
I did. Everyone did, but I don't get beaten up. Saying prayers 100 times isn't that bad of a punishment.
But it is.
Just curious if they have subtitles. Yeah, there we go.
Yet I'll stay. Will you stay?
I'll stay too. We're brothers, after all.
Brothers.
And Marcus is our brother too.
I know. That's why I feel sorry for him.
Remigius is our brother as well.
He's the sub-prior. We're novices.
I think we should all be equals.
Let us stay equals. No matter what.
Well,
No matter what.
there is a hierarchy in every system, including the church.
Now, what about God's temple?
We're equal under Jesus Christ. Doesn't mean some people have authority, other people don't, but, you know, we're equal in God's love for us, I would say. Not that I'm a theologian. Alright. What's up, guys? Some young blood in the church. I don't want to be a jerk, I just...
Look like you want to ask me something.
You are Philip of Gwynedd?
Yes, but you can call me Brother Philip.
You see? Told you he wouldn't mind.
Yes. Now ask him.
How about you ask him?
I already asked Brother Andrew.
What is it?
Brother Milius told us you know the scripture very well. Could you tell us about God's temple?
Brother Andrew wouldn't tell us.
Must be a place.
In Solomon's temple?
That's probably what
Well,
the Master was talking about.
in some way, yeah.
Each of us is God's temple, in the way that he created us.
And what if someone does something to God's temple?
The scripture says, if anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy him.
Even if he destroys his own temple of God?
So for Prior James, there's no salvation as well.
Let's go on a jump.
Prior James did not commit suicide.
Although we have no indication.
No one saw him that night.
But this seemed kind of odd.
God knows. God knows what sent him running out onto the ice.
They say the devil was chasing him.
Don't say his name.
I have seen brave men run, for many reasons. Never have I seen the devil. So we should not make room for him, neither here nor in our hearts. All right?
Yes, Brother Philip.
Thank you, Brother Philip.
So, again, we're all God's temple.
Turn the music down a little bit.
All of us. Because God created us in his image.
This priory is so much bigger than our small cell in the forest.
Interesting. Said the house of the prior, the stables, the crypt, the cathedral, the forecourt, the priory gate, guest house, kitchen, chapter house, cemetery, mill, bridge, toll hut, clearing, and the village. It looks like a river nearby. Interesting. So, not a metropolis, but you know, for a medieval period, pretty big. Yeah, I wonder why this tower. So it sounded like some lightning struck the tower, maybe. Or else collapsed as well. Let's deliver that cheese.
Philip!
Brother Milius.
Come! Warm yourself by the oven.
Is that Philip? Tell him to
Aye,
warm himself by the
indeed.
oven.
Thank you, Brother Cuthbert. Wonderful.
I always put some extra stones on the stove to warm up water. Put one in your pocket and you'll keep warm.
Oh?
Sounds dangerous.
Ouch!
Careful, they're hot.
I mean, wrap it in a cloth and put it in your pocket, maybe. Depending if it's just warm or if it's gonna catch your clothes on fire, burn a hole in your pocket. I come bearing cheese. And the word of God. Here's some cheese.
I brought some cheese from St. John's.
Thank you. Could you give it to Cuthbert, please? The cold cellar will be a better place to store it.
Or maybe I'll just keep it to myself.
Delighted.
I don't know. Though it seems like a bit of a jerk. Cuthbert, my old friend.
Brother Cuthbert.
Ah, we were waiting for you. I hope you brought some of that wonderful cheese you make at St. John's.
Of course I did.
Splendid. Thank you.
I will prepare it for our brothers on Sunday.
Brother Cuthbert, you seem worried.
Friar James was a kind man, but the priory is in a terrible state, Philip.
Philip knows. He was just too kind to say anything.
Yes, I know. I wanted to use my New Year's visit to talk with Prior James about these matters.
We should be rich. The Priory has much land and collects from many parish churches. But we are in debt. Our novices steal from us, Philip.
Uh-oh.
The novices are stealing?
Yes.
Is that one of the 10 Commandments?
Took my keys. Remigius blames me for losing them.
Are you sure you're not just forgetful?
Steal food from the cellar more than once. Today I found something missing again.
Uh-oh.
The novices are...
Yes, someone took my keys. Remigius blames me for losing them. But someone used them to steal. Today I found something missing again.
And not good.
Let us continue another time, Brother Cuthbert.
Of course.
Have you seen Francis?
Your brother? He went back into the cathedral to pray.
So, guessing, like a physical brother?
Have you seen Francis?
No, I'm sorry. But I'm sure he didn't leave without letting you know.
Maybe we'll talk to our, ooh, the cathedral's open. Talk to our brother. Man, he can, yeah, they have a good stride there.
I'm happy to see you, little brother.
It's good to see you too, Philip. Your hair is starting to get a bit grey.
Yours isn't. At least in this one case, I will be the one to boldly charge ahead of you.
You've always been bold. You just don't admit it to yourself.
Francis, what are you doing here?
King Henry is dead.
I know. Word reached St. John's shortly before I left.
First the king, and now Prior James.
God has a plan.
I know he does, but King Henry's death caused quite a commotion in the world of politics. Dark times are coming. There will be war.
Francis notes that the late King Henry, Empress Maud, and King Stephen Part 1 dated 1st of January 1136. For many years our late King Henry has been without an heir. His only legitimate son, as well as several other relatives, had drowned while crossing the English Channel one night in 1120. Finally, his daughter, Maud, gave birth to a boy. It was Henry's last wish that his infant grandson would continue his reign as Henry II. Once the boy came of age, until that day his mother, the daughter of the king, would rule in his place. Despite being the rightful heir to the throne, Empress Maud is viewed unfavorably by most of our Norman overlords. The reason is Maud's marriage to Geoffrey of Anjou. The county of Anjou and the Duchy of Normandy have been rivals for a long time, a rivalry that has now become a war, taking place right here in England, for Maud's cousin Stephen of Blois has crossed the channel from Normandy and taken the throne by force. Yikes. What's going on?
If only we could stop the suffering.
Maybe we can. I came not just to meet you. I was sent to look for a messenger of my lord, Earl Robert.
Here? In Kingsbridge?
Farmers said the messenger was heading for Kingsbridge 2 weeks ago. The knight was carrying a confidential document that might change the course of the conflict. People here trust you. Maybe the monks here know something?
We will find him.
One more thing. No one can know why we're looking for the knight.
Interesting. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forget our trespasses as we should forgive our trespassers. Something, something, for thine is the king, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. I think. Let me know. Let me know if you guys know the Lord's Prayer by heart. That's the Lord's Prayer, right? Arnaldus, huh? Whose grave is he digging?
Brother Arnaldus, how are you?
Huh? What?
Huh? What?
How are you? Are you well?
Oh, Brother Philip. Yes, I am well. It's just that
You look a little
the
peakish.
won't stay in the ground.
What?
The dead.
Zombies.
It's probably those badgers always digging up the graves.
Gotta clarify these things. Uh-oh. Are these the miscreants? Let's ask him about the missing knight since we're here.
Say, has there been a knight to Kingsbridge?
A knight?
Like, not a day. No.
Yes. He's here. Right here.
Do you know who he was? How did he die?
Brother Paul found him.
Where is Paul?
Down at the bridge, freezing his walnuts off, I reckon. He talked to him.
Interesting.
I only put him in the ground.
Should we take a look?
That's all I ever do.
Do you have any idea what the knight was doing here?
Probably tried to jump off the end of the world.
What do you mean?
There is nothing here. Kingsbridge lies at the end of the road.
Grim.
Nobody comes here.
Okay, novices. Let's have a chat.
My father gave the priory a good deal of land to keep me fed. I won't eat salted fish all day.
Me neither.
Shall we go into the cellar again tonight?
Yes, Brother Marcus. You still have old Cuthbert's keys?
Indeed I do. I hid them right in the church. Stuffed them in the large crack in the wall.
I could do some crack stuffing myself.
I bet you could.
What does that mean? There's gonna be no crack stuffing around here. Interesting.
We should go to shiring sometime. Heard they have a big-titted harlot there. One that would even do you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh my goodness, the mischief. Very mischievous novices. Doesn't seem like they should necessarily be in ministry per se.
No, pray to him. We don't need to go to church for that.
No, we are the temple.
These guys seem pretty nice.
Why a church then?
A crack in the wall. There was a crack in the wall in the cathedral. Is my guess. So at least we'll get that problem solved.
The novice said he hid the key.
There we go.
Here, I have them.
Symbolism.
This brother Marcus really did steal
Their debaucherous behavior is bringing down the church. The cloister.
Why cathedrals? Why do we create temples if we are the temple? Isn't it almost arrogant to try and build a greater temple?
Guy's becoming a Protestant.
Don't say that.
Are you going to join Martin Luther?
We wouldn't be here if it were...
Next thing you know, we'd be talking about grace. Let's see. What do we need to do? Let's go out and see about this guy seeing the knight here. Brother Paul.
Brother Paul?
Formerly Saul? Spunions.
What's wrong with your foot, Brother Paul?
Oh, just a chilblain. It will ease when the spring comes.
You should have a fire.
It's all right. It's not that cold.
Don't take it lightly.
I need to suffer.
Die this winter for lack of food or shelter.
Remigius thinks the Lord is testing us. Only the sinners perish.
No, the poor perish. And those that he has freezing out here.
Don't say anything to Remigius, will you? If he thinks I've been complaining, he'll be displeased.
Was it the guy? There's a ship that is out at sea and it's sinking, and there's a guy that is praying to God for help and that God will deliver him, and a boat comes across and says like, "We'll help," and then he's like, "No, God's going to deliver me," and the boat continues on, and then there's like a cruise liner, and then he's like, "We'll save you," and he's like, "No, I'm waiting for God," and then there's like a helicopter. He's like, and yeah, you get the gist. So basically, he drowns. He's like, and when he gets to heaven, he's like, "God, why didn't you help me?" And he's like, "I sent you like a boat and a cruise line and a helicopter." Yeah, so I think you should make a fire. It's common sense.
Have you heard about a knight in Kingsbridge?
A knight? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Yes. He was just lying by the road, just a mile away from the priory. He must have fallen from his horse.
Where is he now?
He died. We buried him in the cemetery.
Did he have a name? Did he say anything?
Oh, he could not speak. But the look in his eyes told me he was afraid.
Did he have a letter?
I held his hand and prayed with him while he died.
That is sweet.
Have anything with him?
There was a letter. I gave it to Prior James. Remigius will probably burn it with the rest of James's papers. James insisted that all his books and documents shall be burnt after his death, except for his Bible.
What? The new prior will need those documents?
Sometimes I wonder if it was because of that letter. A few days later, Prior James fell through the ice.
I suspect foul play.
Philip, maybe I brought a curse on Kingsbridge.
For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Have faith in the Lord, Brother Paul. You did well.
Thank you, Philip.
Probably in the prior's room. Interesting. Back to the good old monastery. So we can fast travel? Maybe not. Okay, double clicking. Prior's room in the cloister?
It feeds us.
We are people of God. Yet we need to eat too.
We come together here. The pilgrims donate. So do the nobles.
All right. Where's the prior? There's the crypt. Ah, what the heck?
Locked.
Interesting. Let's see, where is the prior's room?
I see. A temple to feed the temple.
Yes.
We must take good care of us.
So cloister is like a garden? Or like a courtyard? Chapter house, maybe.
What we have to ask ourselves is, can our Saint Adolphus still protect Kingsbridge in these dark times?
He couldn't protect Prior James. Ever since that lightning struck the cathedral, he wasn't the same.
When you take over my position as sacrist, you should implore the bishop to send us a new relic. By then I'll be sub-prior. The new prior and I will support you in this.
Why not?
A new relic might also attract more...
Start on the right foot.
Philip of Gwynedd, I wanted to talk to you. How dare you disturb Brother Remigius' requiem?
I'm afraid the choir is waiting for me.
Stay, brother. There's no reason you shouldn't hear what Philip has to say for himself.
I beg your forgiveness. I was overwhelmed when I heard Prior James passed.
You should know better. I'm sure at St. John's you're a good prior, but here we adhere to the rules.
I am looking for a document that was in the possession of Prior James.
How does that relate to my tasks? Talk to Remigius.
You mentioned a new prior.
The election will be held in a few days, when we all convene for the chapter meeting.
Let us continue this conversation.
Of course. There's a lot of planning for me to do for the upcoming election.
Where in the world is the prior's office? The front of the cathedral? That's the front of the cathedral. That is the cathedral. It's the cemetery. Oh, we were just in the chapter house. I don't think there's another door in the chapter house.
No. I heard it, I'm sure. There was something. He's right.
Now stop it. Concentrate.
There it was again. What was that?
No talking. Now we sing.
Are you sure you heard something?
What's going on?
Did you not hear it?
You seem troubled, brother.
They won't sing.
It's Adolphus.
There was nothing, believe me.
I heard him crying in the crypt.
They're just down there.
I heard him too.
No, you are mistaken.
It sounded like a whip, like he was chastising himself. It's the end of days.
Brother Philip, please help me. Prove to them that there is nothing and no one down there.
You'll have a look-see.
I think I heard it again.
Adolphus. Almost hear chains. Almost. I don't see anything though. There's not a lot of options. Weird. Okay.
I heard it. No. I heard it, I'm sure. There was something. He's right.
Now stop it. Concentrate.
There it was again.
We went to the St. Adolphus and didn't seem like there's anything. Oh, let's go to the kitchen. We found... No, what are you doing? Okay.
It's getting cold. When will these novices learn to close the door?
Hey! Found your keys.
These belong to Brother Cuthbert, right?
They do. He'll be glad you found them.
All right. Looking good. We have anything over in this direction? Maybe not so much.
Hard at work, as usual, Million?
I have to serve salt fish 6 times a week now.
We hear you have fresh fish every day at your cell in the forest.
Every other day, we even have poultry.
Dang. Oh.
You have done wonderful work at St. John's, Philip.
We're the best. How do I...
We, on the other hand, had a weak prior for 13 years. May the Lord rest his soul. What you worked hard for at St. John's is wasted here in the mother house.
It's depressing.
After the election, the new prior ought to put things right.
Remigius? Put things right?
Maybe we underestimate Remigius.
He's about to burn all the books and documents in the prior's room.
Yeah, we got to figure that out here pretty soon.
Including the priory's ledgers.
Regis says James asked for everything to be burnt after his death, except for his Bible.
So I've heard. Without the ledgers, the priory's finances will be beyond saving.
Yeah, what the heck is up?
Did you see a knight in Kingsbridge?
You mean, aside from the nobles attending the Christmas service? No, I don't remember any knights visiting us.
Prior James had a document I would like to see.
It's probably amongst the things that Remigius is going to burn.
Oh no.
He's in the prior's room. Maybe you can talk him out of it.
Where's the prior's room? There's no one else nominated.
Was no one else nominated?
Only Cuthbert.
I refused. I'm too old.
No one else dares to follow in Prior James's footsteps.
Vote for Cuthbert.
Not since he began talking to the devil.
Seemed like a very prior thing to do.
He started talking to the devil, as if they were standing side by side.
Maybe he's just crazy?
He was bargaining with the devil for his soul, whispering about his sins.
His sins?
I have a feeling the devil is going to be a lot less gracious than God. I have a feeling. Okay. What do we got? We got some keys. Keys back.
Cuthbert, I believe I found your keys.
Where did you find them?
The novices.
Hid them in the cathedral.
That is a sacrilege. Will you report the thief to Remigius, Brother Philip?
I will think about it.
Why don't you report the thief?
So we know what to do, will you?
They're your keys. Oh my gosh. We can do anything around here. Alright, let's go find... Where's the prior's... Is it the guest house? It's the stable, the cathedral, the cloister, the kitchen, graveyard, and the guest house. Too early to retire. What am I missing? It's the village. It's the map. House of the Prior. Maybe it's behind? It's near the cemetery? Ah, okay. Remigius.
I asked not to be disturbed.
Brother Remigius, I'm sorry I interrupted your service.
You mean Prior James's service?
Quite so. I heard he fell through the ice. Horrible.
Yes. I was the one who found his rosary by the river. Now let me continue my work.
I would like to take a look at Prior James's documents.
And why is that, Brother Philip?
Well, our little cell has given much to the Mother House. I would like to ensure that all is accounted for.
So you do not trust us, Philip, is that it?
The state of this priory...
The state of this priory is the concern of the Prior of Kingsbridge.
I still would like to see the prior's documents.
They will be burned tonight.
I heard about that.
It was Prior James's last wish. I'm following his request.
But
that's silly.
The new prior will be lost without the ledgers and contracts.
Like Prior James is a little crazy.
After the election, I'll be the new prior.
For now, you are not. Only the chapter meeting can decide on these matters.
Of course. Brother Andrew will surely understand why you would go against James's last request. If you really want to be of help, look for Brother Cuthbert's keys. He's getting old, misplacing them all the time.
Brother Marcus stole Cuthbert's keys.
Brother Marcus. I will deal with him. You were right to report this to me.
I'm assuming that was one of the two kids that
we cannot take.
I couldn't remember their names.
About the keys that were stolen by Brother Marcus.
I will deal with him. You were right to report this to me.
Why would Prior James walk out onto the river at night?
Very mysterious. By the devil.
By whom?
By Satan.
The accuser.
But why would the devil be chasing him?
Better to not get involved in all this. Don't you have your own priory cell to run?
You really believe the devil killed the prior?
Some of the brothers do, and I respect their beliefs. We may never know what happened, and that's that.
But he found his rosary.
Now let me get back to my work.
About the chapter meeting.
Talk to Brother Andrew. He will be just as pleased as me to have you around. Now leave.
Alrighty then. I'm guessing one of the novices' names is Marcus. I'm hoping. Otherwise, we didn't want to get the wrong person in trouble.
To organize a chapter meeting.
Rotten edges. We used to eat them. Now, they're eating us.
No talking. Now we sing.
Are you sure you heard something? Yes, I'm sure.
It was not.
Billy. It's chilly in here.
We can't allow Prior James's books to be burned.
That, Philip, was Prior James's wish.
This priory is in debt. And without the ledgers and documents, that will never change. Besides, the wisdom in his books is priceless.
It is not up to you to make decisions in this priory, Brother Philip.
Is everybody crazy?
Do not domineer over those in your charge, but be an example to the flock.
1 Peter chapter 5. You are right. You shall argue your case in front of the brothers in a chapter meeting today.
Thank you, Brother Andrew.
When I'm done here, I will tell all the monks to come to the chapter house.
Would it help if I went and told some of them?
Feel free to do that. But I insist that the choir finishes practicing before we start. They're already behind schedule.
Choir's not practicing and we don't know why.
I think I heard it again.
I fear the crypt has been locked.
Then get the key. Brother Cuthbert should have it.
There it was again. Adolphus.
Back from the dead. Brother Cuthbert. Okay, so that was Anders there. Brother Arnaldus. Marcus, I think, is one of these guys. Remus. I don't think this is who we're looking for.
May I have a word with you?
What can I do for you, Brother Philip? You look like you have something. I'll be here if you...
There will be a chapter meeting today.
You convinced Andrew? Miracles do happen. We will be there. You have our support.
Sweet.
Brother Cuthbert.
Philip.
I'm looking for a document that was given to Prior James.
It's probably in the...
About the keys.
Will you report?
I already...
Keep them until we...
Okay, so I'm guessing these keys...
I will leave you to your work.
I will leave you.
Yes, indeed. Verily, verily.
Milliers, why do you keep a beautiful pot like this around?
Oh, it reminds me that we should strive for order and beauty. I started collecting some seeds and nuts because I wanted to start a new garden.
A good idea.
I never got around to collecting more, though. If you find some, let me know.
I heard it.
I fear the crypt has been...
Then get the...
Now stop it. Concentrate.
Alright, get the keys. I think this should work. Adolphus? You're not Alive, are you? Or dead?
Let's see what we can find. No reason to be afraid. Nothing here. The saint rests in peace.
But does he?
Hello? No. No one. Not a thing. No strange...
Lying in wait?
Even if it is Adolphus, we... Thought so. Nothing here. Hello?
Trapped bird, maybe?
Oh!
What in the world? Is that a person? Creepy.
What is that?
Strange beings. Just throw our cheesecloth at him.
What is that? It's the size of a child. Hello?
Oh.
An owl. Just an owl. The choir will be relieved to know that. I should tell them.
No talking. Now we sing.
Are you sure you heard something?
There is no need to worry, brothers. Adolphus is resting in peace. It was just an owl.
I told you it was nothing.
God bless you, Brother Philip.
I knew I heard something.
Now, be silent, concentrate, and...
A 1 and a 2 and a... I tell you, if you want to get some good sleep, YouTube bunks chanting. It's pretty cool, very relaxing, very cozy. Let's go to the chapter house. Andrew?
The choir has finished singing. The cantor should find time now. Are you ready for the chapter meeting, Brother Philip?
Let's do this thing.
If you have any other business to take care of in Kingsbridge, do it now. The meeting could take a long time.
Let's get it done.
The chapter meeting is more important.
Oh, we should have used the keys on the mill. Oh well, maybe we'll have time afterward, maybe not. Oh well.
And this is why Prior James's wish must not be honored. Kingsbridge Priory would be beyond saving without financial records.
I think we have all understood the reason for your concern, Brother Philip. But before we come to a decision, let us hear other voices of concern.
I would like to know why you would doubt the wisdom in Prior James's decision.
Maybe you didn't know him as well as we did, Philip. I can say I knew him well. We all here knew him. So did you know him?
I knew him well, and I know he would agree with me.
Philip, you are going too far. I will tell the bishop about this.
Brothers,
let him speak.
Brothers, please.
Wow.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Oh, heavens.
I missed something
Hear him
that would...
out, brothers. I was stubborn as well, but he made me see it.
Well, that's not an easy thing to do.
Milius.
I owe James much. He was the one who asked me to take care of St. John in the Forest.
One of the most prosperous cells in all of Shiring, if not England.
It was a wise decision then.
But his last wish was not. Well, was it? What are you waiting for? Answer me.
Is walking on thin ice wise?
Who does he think he is?
May the Lord forgive him. He knows not what he is saying.
Pretty common sense.
Philip was very hesitant to talk about the state of this priory with me. Usually, he is as careful in his words as he is in his actions.
Yes. Philip asked us a question. Was it wise to walk out onto the ice?
And they should respect the one guy because he was next to be pirate.
James. I say the devil chased him. Do you doubt that? Do you doubt that, Philip? Surely you must have an answer. I know because Prior James confided in me.
Then, the devil had a hand in his last wish as well.
I think he's going
Yes,
too far.
most
All my fault.
Well, I'm not so sure.
The devil? If the devil has come to Kingsbridge, we must cast him out.
The other way by doing so is looking at those documents.
He has come in the ways of neglect and self-righteousness. Let us look into the books and ledgers. Let us look into the problems that have ailed Kingsbridge for much too long.
We don't need your meddling.
Philip is
Well, I suppose.
How dare you
I agree.
Hear, hear.
Dare you?
He is right. We should not make room for the devil.
Neither here nor in our hearts.
The novices would be better advised not to speak up.
Philip is a good man. He was the only one to say I should have a fire.
But did he do anything besides talk?
No.
So he did nothing to soothe your pain. He had only warm words.
Very well, Philip. But why don't you tell us the real reason you have come before us? You not only came to save these books, you have another motivation, do you not?
I am here only to help this priory.
This priory, of course. I say it is not a coincidence that he should make his voice heard now, shortly after James's passing and before the elections.
What are you saying, Brother Remigius?
This is not about James. It is about him. He wants
I don't want to be prior in this.
No. I came...
Had my own successful prior.
I think that is a wonderful idea.
Unsuccessful cell or whatever it
I
is.
nominate Philip of Gwynedd to be the new prior of Kingsbridge.
It's not what I really wanted, but
Agree with that.
Well, yes, obviously much.
Excellent choice.
What about Remigius?
That's surprising.
Great
Prior
idea.
Philip.
they're in need. But I have my own.
Philip, do you accept the nomination?
Guessing yes.
Thank you for your kind offer, but we would not want to impose on you, Brother Remigius.
Oh, but I insist. I will help you.
No, you really must not. We will see you later. Thank you.
Shut down.
We don't have much time. Evening Mass will begin soon.
All right, let's get that letter.
Should I not have accepted the nomination?
It's a little
Never
extreme.
good at saying no. And Milius is right.
For all the people in your congregation.
What about St. John's?
I will ride there tomorrow. I will let them know you will be staying in Kingsbridge for a few days.
Well, from prior, then it's going to be more
Thanks
than a
to
few
you,
days.
these documents and books will not be burned. Now, we have to find that letter.
You truly think the letter can help prevent a war?
If the message says what I think it says, then yes, I do.
Francis notes that the late King Henry, Empress Maud, and King Stephen Part 2, dated the 1st of January 1136. Our new King Stephen is supported by most of our Norman overlords, and even the church. His younger brother Henry is Bishop of Winchester, and one of the most important priests in all of England. He made Stephen swear an oath to reserve power to the church, which had little influence on our political affairs under King Henry. A good day for the church and for us. The trouble is that our Lord Earl Robert of Gloucester is one of the king's bastards. He wants to see his half-sister Maud on the throne, believing she would heavily rely on his guidance and advice during her reign. And then the name of Empress Maud, he and his allies have formed a rebellion against King Stephen. Not long now, and there will be a war.
Now, let us look for the letter.
Isn't it the thing about history? There's always conflict. Alright, what are we doing? We're looking for the letter. Ooh. Is it in the barrel? Nay.
James spent much time writing in the last 10 years. Instead of a prior, he became more of a recluse.
That is what you monks do, isn't it?
Apparently, started talking to Satan. It's not good. The tablet. Is there anything on this tablet? Are there 10 commands?
The handwriting on this tablet is hardly legible. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed.
Somebody slaps you on the cheek, you turn and you...
Let's continue looking.
Let's continue. Okay, where are we?
Did you find it?
I'm afraid not.
Maybe it's over here. Aha!
Nothing here.
What?
If we must, we'll look between the pages of every single book. But for now, let's concentrate on the...
James was involved in politics once, like you, before he became prior.
Just like me. You see, there is a way then. A way to connect politics and faith.
Ooh, I don't know if that's a good idea. Would it be right on the ledger?
Prior James was working. Our God is a consuming fire, and whom he destroyed shall be raised at the end of days and shall destroy him. The first line is from the scripture, but I do not believe the second one is.
Sounds like something Satan would say.
We must focus on the letter.
Let's see.
The writing here is strangely distorted and illegible, but it must be James's writing.
Age can be a troublesome burden.
Indeed. Ooh. No, don't do that. You've already been there. Goof. What is this? Aha!
Nothing under here.
No monsters? What am I missing?
It is getting dark.
Aha!
Francis, I think I found it.
Right under our noses.
In the Bible?
Revelations. The apocalypse of St. John. And they called to the mountains and rocks,
and the pillars of the earth,
fall on us and hide us from the face of him who is seated on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of their wrath has come, and who can stand? The Lamb?
The Lamb?
What was James afraid of? Was it this letter?
No, the letter is still sealed. Break the seal.
So dramatic. Letter dated December 18th, 1135. Robert of Gloucester. The name and day will be ready to be shed blood in the name of Empress Maud. I and my bondsmen will ride against Stephen of Blois. We do not start the war, but we shall unleash it. Stephen himself started it. The day he betrayed King Henry's daughter and took her throne, he and those who swore loyalty to him. Bartholomew, Earl of Shiring.
Oh, this is it. You found it.
The Earl of Shiring is about to start a war.
Yes. He's made contact with my own master, Earl Robert of Gloucester.
Who is this King Stephen that has taken the throne?
A nephew of King Henry. Do you ever think of the day our parents died?
Morbid?
Francis, you know I don't like to talk of that.
I know. It's just that I think of them all the time. And I've always blamed King Henry. The church suffered under his rule as much as we did in Wales. Philip, you have to show this letter to the Bishop of Kingsbridge.
We must. Bishop of Kingsbridge?
The Bishop of Kingsbridge?
Why?
Why?
Our late King Henry was opposed to Rome's influence in England. King Stephen, on the other hand, swore to preserve the rights and privileges of the church, and we can help him if you tell the bishop to protect Stephen.
You want the bishop to help the new king, King Stephen?
I want a king who supports the church. I want these dark times to end. I want to stop the Earl of Shiring from starting a war. He could set the whole of England on fire. My lord the Earl of Gloucester can never know what I was doing here. You must not tell the truth about how or where you got this letter. Don't tell anyone I was involved.
Do you really think the bishop will help?
Hopefully my brother's right. I don't know a lot about the politics. I do believe in the separation of church and state, though.
What then?
He will believe you. The question is, will he really try to stop the Earl of Shiring? I will ride to St. John's and tell your monks you will stay in Kingsbridge until the election.
What if the Earl of Shiring finds out what I'm doing? What if the bishop tells him?
Egads.
Philip, calm down. He is your bishop.
I'm a simple monk. Who am I to talk to a bishop?
Chapter 1. Philip. I helped Francis uncover the conspiracy against the king. You were nominated to become prior of Kingsbridge. You agreed to meet the bishop. You reported to Brother Marcus, the thief. You knew about Brother Paul's ailment, but you did nothing to soothe his pain. Remigius still holds you in contempt. Alright. We're getting this story moved along here. Chapter 2. Alright, that being said, we're going to go ahead and end it there, and when we return, we will pick up on where we left off in Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. Alright, I'll see you guys again soon. Hey, what's up, gang? We're back. We're back in Chapter 2, Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. The title of the chapter is called Jack, and I'm assuming this is Jackie Boy right here. It's like he's in the middle of the forest, and there's a dead boar by the river. We have a slingshot, so we might have done him in. dead. Rotting. What a waste. And we got our slingshot. Can we salvage it, or has it been dead too long? It looks like it might be dead too long. Hoof prints. Ooh, we're hungry. Here's something. Maybe another boar. It's gorgeous. Ooh, here we go. Really gonna kill that with a slingshot? We're gonna have to be pretty precise. It's right in the head. Well, I guess a rock to the head probably hurts. Oh, we suck. Okay, let's try it again. Here we go. Gotta get it before it's too soggy. Just like we have not been visited by puberty yet, perhaps. Yes. Indeed.
My name is Jack. For a long time, it was the only name I had known. I was born and raised in a cave by my mother. We were used to getting by, but that year the winter had been harsh. I was proud to have killed my first deer that day. And while waiting for Mother to help me cure it, I decided to practice my reading.
The cave.
The Lord and King of all France, Charles the Great, has spent 7 long years fighting in Spain. He has conquered the highlands and the plain. The Lord and King of all France, Charles the Great, has spent 7 long years fighting in Spain. He has conquered the highlands and the plain. Before him, not a single fort remains.
Been on our memory retention.
Afternoon was approaching fast, and Mother still hadn't returned. So, if I wanted to cure the meat, I had to do it on my own. Else it would all go to waste.
Got our book here. Jack kept a variety of short and long-range weapons in their home. The two lead their lives as outlaws, outside of society and the protection of the law. A bow can serve as an invaluable tool for both hunting and self-protection. Most outlaws were once accused of a crime but failed to appear for judgment. According to the law, their contracts, claims, and ownership then fell void. As outlaws have no rights, anyone can harm them or capture them or turn them in. Thus many outlaws turn to a life of hiding and thievery.
There he is. Charles the Great, the protector of my town.
Looks like he's got an imagination. It's always good.
Me.
Charles the Great. You have a doll now. Nah. 3 times the charm. Maybe not. 4 times. Oh, well. It's our
I
venison.
can't eat it raw. I need to cure it. Meat goes.
How do we cure it though? Wow, we're learning to be multilingual. First year, mother would be so proud.
I can't eat it raw. I need to cure it.
What do we cure it with? Do we cure it with our doll, our book, or a slingshot? Now we're just practicing. Gotta be something that we're missing. Uh-oh.
Huh? What's that?
Sounds like a baby. Or maybe crows? Trees making rock faces. This looks a little familiar.
Good. He hasn't seen you.
Is that the babe from the beginning?
A whip. That's what he is. A whip. That means he's someone bad. I told you about people like him, remember?
He's a bailiff.
No, but just as ugly.
Oh, we should have known that. That's our brother.
Although not an ordinary one. Maybe an official for someone important. I don't like this one bit.
He looks nice though. He's smiling.
Listen, Cub. I am sorry. I know there's so much you want to know about the world out there, but for now, we must stay hidden. And never trust a man of God. Least of all his compassion, you'll either end up in a monastery or at the gallows. Get down.
Easy now, it's just someone little. No need to be afraid.
I'm going to follow him. You go home and wait
Why?
for me, little cub.
Is that their kid? I think it's the kid from the beginning. But why would they leave their child? They didn't seem like the type. Then from the prologue, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the same area. Oh, that's the mother. It's weird that the monk didn't pick up on that. Looks like he might be a little disturbed. Yeah, so
Mother?
uh-oh.
Don't move. We killed a pig thief in Salisbury, we can kill you too. Bloody outlaw. Where's the baby? Did you eat it?
I don't have the baby.
Right. What's this?
Give it back.
What do you want with this? You can't read.
Give it back.
Leave the boy be, Alfred.
Yeah, interesting.
He took the baby. I saw him take Mother's cloak. He's the only one around. Who else would have taken it?
Wolves.
Why would they leave the baby there? That's just stupid.
A monk took it.
A monk?
Yes, on a horse.
Is that true? Where did he go?
He should take us there.
Leave him alone. He's just a boy.
What is your name, boy?
Jack.
Do you live in these woods, Jack? Then you know this place better than us. Please. I don't know why I left the child. I thought I couldn't take care of him alone, but I cannot leave him to die either. I have to know if he's all right. Will you help us? You're a good lad. I owe you.
Why would they just leave the baby there?
You better keep your word.
It's terrible parenting.
For now, I had no choice. The girl was sobbing, while her father remained tense but quiet. The boy kept on pushing me, which confused me greatly. I had never been hated before.
Besides being outlaws.
If I had any plans of getting away, it would be like hunting deer. I had to stay sharp until the others forgot to be.
Just follow the monk's trail.
Crossed a small stream, or he had followed its course north, which would have led him towards the next village. Either way, the tracks ended at a riverbed as evening was fast approaching. The big man looked at me. "Which way, boy?" he asked. But I could only guess.
Follow the river, cross the river. Oh, there's the Bishop's Palace. Depends on what time it is. St. John in the Forest is where we... seems like the most logical path, because that's where, you know, his brother is, us and, you know, Philip.
The stream led us to a more convenient crossing. Here, one could easily pass without getting drenched in icy water. Suddenly, the boy called out. He had spotted something on the other. So, we crossed the river, the boy cheerfully mocking my skill.
Yeah, why would they leave the baby alone? It's really neglectful.
What is it?
He got us lost.
Did you?
Papa, I'm tired.
That's all right. Come on, up on my shoulders you go.
No, I'm too heavy, and you're too tired anyway. I will remain steadfast.
You should all get some rest. Alfred, stay here with them while I take a look ahead.
No, don't go.
I won't be far, dear. Besides, you can do me a favour while I'm gone. Have an eye on the lads and make sure they get some sleep, all right?
All right.
See? You are still...
Probably gonna get hypothermia.
It won't be long.
I know he's the best father. Maybe good at building cathedrals, but...
You stay where I can see you while my sister rests.
Could tear up his cloak and make a cloak for both of his kids. Could not leave his babies sitting around. I don't know. Get my book back. Let's see if I can... Can I sneak? Here we go. So long, suckers.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
What is it? Did you hear something?
The fog is lifting.
I don't like you. Tell me, why do you care?
Feeling is mutual.
Wait, where is it? You sneaky thief. I knew it. You just want to rob us.
Of my book?
You took it first.
You're an animal. You don't even know what it is.
The Lord and King of all France, Charles the Great, has spent 7 long years fighting in Spain. He has conquered the highlands and the plain. Before him, not a single fort remains.
What are you rambling on about?
It's from the book.
How do you know this? You're an animal.
Can't you read?
Hey, you see that? Over there in the fog. There is something there.
It's like a dead deer. Or an elk.
What is it?
A deer. It broke through the ice and died.
Like St. James.
Children.
Maybe it's the devil.
Martha, wake up, dear.
Who's she?
We met in the
You're a
forest.
new mother.
I'm Jack's mother. Come here, Jack.
Did you find him?
Yes, dear, we did.
The baby is safe. The monk brought it to a small cell not far from here.
But we won't go there now.
Must be St. John's.
Helen offered us shelter for tonight.
I have. Follow me.
If I'd known you lived this close, my Agnes might have been saved.
Don't fool yourself. When a woman is bleeding inside, it either stops or it doesn't. All you can do is keep her warm, and you did that. I'm sorry, but the living must take care of the living. Jack, give the children some soup, will you?
They could have held on to the baby while doing things.
Will you be able
Or kept it nearby, not just left it.
Hard to say. People don't usually hire a new master builder in winter. Too cold for stirring water. Sometimes you get lucky, but not this year.
Thank you, Jack.
It's chicken noodle.
Time ago, I had work in Exeter. They offered me the post of builder for the Castellan to keep the walls and defences in shape. It would have kept me busy for the rest of my
Guy's posture.
We would have lived like bishops.
What happened?
I refused. All I cared about was working on a cathedral again. I was a fool.
You can do better than to build churches.
Well, I worked on one once. That was good work. I won't ramble on now. But if you ask Martha, she'll tell you everything about it.
Alfred can suck it.
Jack, when there are strangers, we give them food first.
You can have my soup that I spit in.
Because it is a gentle thing to do. You know, a man like you should not beat himself so hard.
No. There is no excuse for leaving my baby son behind.
Women die in labor. Men abandon their children all the time. It is rare that they return.
Is that what happened to you and your son?
No, that is an altogether different story. One I haven't even told Jack yet.
Right here.
All I can say is, I raised him alone in this cave, outside of town law. Just
Hey, you bastard.
How do you get by?
We hunt, we gather. It works well enough for us two to survive. We almost would have had meat today, too. But it started to rot before we could cure it.
Eat well, children. You'll need your strength.
And so do you, Master Builder. Go on, tuck in.
I will. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. You're so kind.
Well, they're asleep now. So, what is it?
I told you that the monk had taken the baby to a small cell nearby. It's true, but I advise you to stay away from there.
What? Why?
Because you abandoned it. That counts as murder.
Then I have to steal him. I have to own up to what I've done. I have to take back my son.
Think for a moment.
You don't deserve a son if you leave your son.
A baby needs a lot of care. More than your other children. How will you feed him?
But what am I to do then? Live like you? I don't know a thing about hunting. I'm a mason. Even in a castle, I'm more at home than here.
Leave the baby with the monks. People always fed. You wouldn't have to carry him while you look for work. And when you do find something, you can come back and fetch him.
I don't know. Since Agnes...
It's probably better for the baby.
You're a good man, Tom Builder. You're kind and gentle.
And dumb.
You will do the right thing. You also don't have to go through this alone, you know. Jack and I will have to leave this place soon. The winter is too cruel, and we might not survive if we stayed. We could all travel together.
I don't know. I have my hands full with my children already.
I can help you take care of them. If you promise to teach my son how to get along in the world of men. We may be strangers now, but we would be at each other's side, helping out however we can.
The living must take care of the living.
Yes.
That night I
You've been a good attitude.
Strange world. There were small castles, dead deer, and a giant called Tom.
Giant called Tom Thumb.
I was happy. I tightly held my mother's hand, watching the kind giant and learning his mysterious ways.
I caught a deer, but let the meat spoil. Yeah, I didn't figure out how to do the venison thing. Ran to Tom Builder and his family, gave Martha the soup first. Alfred tolerated me. I'm looking forward to finally leaving the forest. I found information about Jack and Ellen's lives as outlaws. Here we go. Chapter 3. The Conspiracy. The Palace of Bishop. Ask Bishop Welleron for support. Right, here we go. Next time we'll pick up in Chapter 3. We're back. We're back in Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. And we are with Brother Philip, and we are going to consult the bishop on behalf of our brother.
The bishop at dusk, like a thief.
Jesus Christ will come like a thief in the night. No one knowing. Okay, so we will go, no one knowing the time or the date. Well, these are people that enjoy the apocalypse. Door. Palace. Building. Very descriptive. Stable building. Palace. Palace. Right. So, yeah, we are going on behalf of our brother to deliver a letter from a knight to the bishop of great political intrigue. I can face a yeah. So bishop is maybe not so full of grace, I don't know. Ooh, pretty. They're flying south.
Oh, why must I be so nervous? I trust Francis. He knows about these things.
Right. Brother's a coward. He should win himself.
How can I help you?
I have come to see the bishop.
Who may I tell the bishop is visiting?
I am the prior of St. John in the Forest.
And what may I tell Bishop Walerin is the reason for your visit? The bishop insists that I ask.
I am afraid I can only tell the bishop himself.
The bishop wishes to know beforehand.
In this case, we will have to make an exception.
Wait here.
What a turd. Ooh, barrels full of apples. Our guy is behaving like a Gen Z with a cell phone.
Fed soon. Should I? I will take just a couple.
Alright. Missing anything? Should we stable our horse? I should have done that right off the bat.
My brother is as stubborn as you are. But I trust him. The bishop has to see this letter.
Some apples.
There you go. You're still hungry, aren't you?
The bishop will see you now.
Bishop.
The Right Reverend Bishop Walerin Bygod.
Please, sit down.
Thank you, Right Reverend.
Very grotesque sculpture behind him.
Please, call me Walerin. Timothy informed me you are the prior of...
St. John in the Forest, Right Reverend.
Then you must be Philip of Gwynedd.
I'm surprised you know my name.
You're on your clergy.
As bishop, I am the ex officio abbot of Kingsbridge. So, I am bound to take an interest.
Well, God has blessed us in St. John.
I wish God would confer similar blessings on Kingsbridge Priory.
True.
Tell me, Prior Philip, what brings you here at such a late hour? Timothy said that you will only tell me.
Earl Bartholomew of Shiring. Do you know him well?
As bishop, I am much involved in politics. Though, of course, the church can never be involved enough. Bartholomew is a stubborn man. He is opposed to any suggestions from me, and I am his bishop.
I heard the same about the Earl of Gloucester.
How do you know of this? Ah, your brother Francis is working for Earl Robert of Gloucester, is he not? Did he tell you?
Excuse me. Yes, Francis mentioned this to me. He is indeed working for the Earl of Gloucester.
But why are you bringing up politics?
Good question.
Philip, why are you here?
Let's talk about Jesus, not politics. There you go. Ooh, spicy.
Was I wrong to come to you, my bishop? Maybe I should have taken the letter to the Sheriff of Shiring.
Eustace is ungodly, arrogant, grasping, and corrupt. So are all sheriffs. Philip, how did you get this letter?
Let's keep my brother out of it.
I found it among Prior James's documents in Kingsbridge. I am staying there for a few days.
Prior James. May he rest in peace.
Prior James has corrected you.
Order everything to be burned.
You know about this?
Sub-Prior Remigius mentioned it once.
I asked them not to burn James's books. The brothers agreed.
Well, and there you found the letter.
Yes.
Timothy, leave us.
Yes, Emperor.
And did you find anything else?
No, just the letter. The messenger carrying it had an accident and died near Kingsbridge.
And your brother Francis told you about it?
No.
Philip, you already told me you have talked with him about this. From the letter I see the messenger was employed by your brother's master. That is why it is understandable that you would want to protect him. But there is no need to lie to me.
A war would cost so many lives.
God thunders wondrously with his voice.
Indeed.
He does great things that we cannot comprehend.
Amen.
The Book of Job. But this is not the work of God, but of Earl Bartholomew.
You are truly the man I have heard so much about. I will call on friends of mine. Pray for us that we can put an end to Bartholomew's plan before it is too late. You did a brave thing for our church, Brother Philip. A brave thing indeed. You'll go back to Kingsbridge Priory now and forget about the sheriff, won't you?
I will.
And don't speak of this to anyone there.
I shan't.
I wanted to ask him about that sculpture. Looked pretty demonic, and St. James was talking to the devil, and or not St. James, the priest or whatever. Am I missing anything? Some more apples for the road.
I already took some. I shouldn't take too many.
Oh, he's a good guy. Good guy, Philip. Huh. Guess we best be on our way.
We should leave. I'd better feed her before we leave.
But I just fed her. Should we get more apples?
I already took some. I shouldn't take too many.
Well, you fed her the apples. Maybe that was the wrong thing to do. Maybe we were supposed to wait till afterward, I'm guessing. Oh, well. That's probably going to affect us in some way.
Leave. We will find you something to eat on the way.
Doesn't make it. Next scene, it's like the horse that, you know, horse's grave.
Did you pack enough food? I don't want you to starve, Alfred.
You mean those rock-hard nuts? Yeah, I took some.
Anyone seen Martha?
She said she had to piss.
All right. I'll go get her.
So ill-mannered.
You're a mason too, right?
Uh-huh.
So, what have you built so far? I'm sure Jack would love to hear about your work.
Houses. I mostly carve rocks. I haven't built much yet.
That must be hard work.
Right.
I don't want to travel them. But serious.
How are you getting along?
Fine.
You know, you don't have to be afraid of me.
I'm not afraid.
Should we try to get some tools before we go on our journey?
I think I'll go and look for Tom.
It's stubborn. Is there anything in the sacks?
Ugh. Even the good ones are starting to taste bad.
This will cheer you up.
Papa usually protects me, but he can't always be around. He needs to take care of himself too.
It's like a very, like, unusually thoughtful child, although, like, her father should take care of her, but she's very selfless.
I will always be around.
That's not your job. You should look after yourself and your mother first. And I want to stay here where it's safe.
This knight is Charles the Great. He will protect you.
No.
Oh. Am I his princess?
You are.
Aw.
Together, you are brave and smart, and will never give up.
You are brave and smart.
All right.
Oh, well, very charming. Nice young man.
Stay steadfast. Thank you, Jack.
Come on. We're going on a great quest.
I'm gonna see a castle. Alright, there's the
On our
bishop's
way, I
house.
told Martha the names of my trees. There was the birch, Jerusalem, and the oaks, Alexandria and Byzantium. When I pointed out Rome, she laughed and named an apple tree Southampton. The farther we walked, the merrier she became, christening all the new trees Winchester, Bath, Salisbury, while I grew quieter and quieter.
It's very English.
Finally, we arrived at a large road. This heads towards Shiring, Tom said. The strangest name of them all.
there hobbits in the shiring? Ooh, a little bit of
By
a city.
noon, we had reached the edge of town. Mother gave us some dry prunes to chew while she argued with Tom whether we should head directly to town or past the palace of the so-called bishop. Tom was hopeful to find work at the palace, but Mother seemed uneasy.
I don't know about the bishop. He seems a little sus.
Mother seemed happy to head directly into town and avoid the palace. These churchmen are all crooks, she said. But Tom
Philip's not a crook.
Worried expression on his brow. They might be the only ones willing to hire a mason around here.
But there are corrupt people in the church like there are everywhere? I mean, there's imperfection everywhere? What? Alright.
Shiring was full of people looking for work. Mother and Tom kept asking around while we rested our feet at the market. Alfred gave me a look as if he wanted to punch me, but I only stared at the buildings, amazed by the straightness of their walls.
Maybe the church would have given us better commission. I don't know. No, if it's good to go into town.
Finally, Mother called us over. Rumor had it that the Earl of Shiring was hiring all kinds of people. It was then that I heard a man in a robe say, "That voice, it's her. The witch. She was here 10 years ago." But apart from me, no one took notice.
It's very fixated. The castle of Earl of Bartholomew Shiring. Ooh, fancy. Is that the Earl?
You're misjudging whatever it is I did. I'm willing to forgive your mistake if you accept my offer now.
This is all about family honor to you, isn't it? Perhaps I should tell you about my mother. She was a happy person who loved to laugh and tell stories, but father made her miserable. Oh, he's not a bad man, but solemn and strict. She hated him so much she died from it.
Are you saying you don't like me?
You're so self-centered. You never think about anyone else's feelings. You have no refinement, and you can barely read. What were you expecting?
One day you will see that you are wrong, and then I won't be so forgiving.
All right. Let's hope it's true and the Earl needs us.
Yeah, I'm starving.
Alfred, keep an eye out. I'll be right back. And boys, try to get along.
An eye out for what?
Papa wants him to look for things that are broken.
Some people don't know they need a mason until you show them.
Papa could fix their walls or build a house. One man can build an entire house? I want to see.
Learn what you can, but don't stray too far.
Ugh.
Is that a wooden
Why
path?
won't anyone just give me something to eat?
Jack, be careful. Don't get too...
Well, I'm seeing that the well needs to be fixed.
I can't believe the Earl allowed his...
The Earl's Tower. Looks like the house is fine. Maybe the well needs fixing? Lock up the wall. There's this knight here. Might be able to talk to. The only two redheads in town.
What is it, boy? You just want to stand there and stare? All right, then. Let's see what you've got.
Are you a knight?
No talking. That'd be cheating. Ah, reckoned you'd be as ballsy as your ginger. My mistake. Another time, perhaps. Cheers, lad.
What? I don't get it. What was I supposed to do?
Will you be fighting soon?
Why are you asking? All right, let me tell you a secret. Can you keep a secret? What color is your shite, boy?
Brown, like everyone's?
Brown.
Nice. Mine's grey, like ash. But that's a secret, isn't it? For my shite's color is neither your nor anyone else's business. So you'd better keep that to yourself. Got it?
What in the world does that mean? Okay. Will you a knight? We already asked him if he was a knight. Will you be fighting soon?
Will you be fighting soon?
Still need to know if you can keep a secret, boy. What's my shite's color again? Excellent. Looks like you can keep your mouth shut after all. You want to be in on the real deal now? Then just say the words, "What's your bloody secret, Catface?"
What's your bloody secret, Catface?
Well put, boy. Well put. For bloody it is. We are all going to fight soon. It's for a thing called loyalty. See, all these knights are loyal to one man, and he is loyal to another. And he then is loyal to yet another, a woman, who is the rightful queen of the English. For some, loyalty's all about coin and favors and power. But for me, it's all about whom I trust, whom I'd follow all the way to hell for all the right reasons. Going to hell together with confidence and trust. It's what's holding this world together, boy.
I don't know if that's the direction you want to go in.
So, you understood my little secret? Good.
Do you need a mason?
Me? Well, these battlements could use a fresh stone or two, but apart from that, I don't know a bloody thing about building, and I don't want to. All I care about is a good sturdy wall and some hot tar to keep my enemies warm. That reminds me of a story. Want to hear a story, boy? Well, you see, I'm not just one for a good solid tarring. But back in my day, I was also quite the stealthy bastard, if I may say so. So this one time, me and my men lay siege to this castle. While both sides rested for the night, I took my crowbar and swam over to the enemy. There was this piece of wall where the mortar had gone away, and one could easily look through the holes into their courtyard. So, what did I do? I smoothly tore a hole with my crowbar and snuck inside. Then, what you want to do is hit them where it really hurts. And that's not always the groin. In this case, it was their old well barely standing up. So, one kick, and all its rocks tumbled and covered the hole. From then on, they were without water, the shortest siege in the history of sieges, and not one man died. All because I had an eye on the wall and made good use of that well.
That's what knights do?
Knights do a lot of things, lad.
How did you end that siege again?
I looked for a wall where the mortar was gone. I kicked in their ramshackle well. Easy.
Are you a knight?
I'll be damned if I wasn't. Would have risked my life for nothing if all I was supposed to do was bake bread. Be warned, lad. Get a job that pays. Not one where you have to pay for a new horse every time someone kicks your arse. Being a knight costs you, especially when you're also a drunkard. Damn, if only I'd known.
Huh.
What a
Well,
strange boy.
maybe the wall needs fixing up. The well definitely needs some fixing up, I think. All right.
Are you knights?
We are?
Why, you want to be like us?
Like you?
Tell you what, snatch us some food from the keep, and we might train you.
That sounds like very knightly behavior.
A valuable first lesson.
Watch your step, you little twit.
Don't mind him, boy. That's just William Hamley. He was hoping for a princess, but all he got was a boot.
What's he doing? Do you think he forgot something?
His dignity, perhaps?
Guessing that's going to be our main antagonist just from the setup.
Look, you strike me as an honest worker, but we have a right who does all the repairs for us.
Then something else, maybe? I heard rumours that there's all kinds of work here.
About the well and the wall.
Unfortunately, it's not builders we're looking for. Actually, it's quite the opposite.
I understand. Thank you for your consideration.
Destroyers?
Walk with me, boy.
Letter dated December 25th, 1135. Lady Alina, I await our union with great excitement. My father is one of the richest men in the country, and yours, the Earl of Shiring. We should be as powerful as no other family. But you need not blush about our upcoming meeting, my lady. You will suit me well. My father is building us a house. You will cook, clean, host guests, and tend to my horses. Long night shall be your reward. Right. Okay, so that's like William Hamley. That's the guy we met on our way up. What do we have here?
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, let me take care of this.
So, have you heard about anyone else who might need a mason?
I wasn't sneaky enough.
Last summer they were building at the...
Let's see if they notice. Round 2.
Hey!
Man, that's difficult.
Let me...
I wasn't sneaky.
Well, it might not be good to steal food for those guys. Probably, I don't think they're really knights.
I'm sorry, boy, but Lady Aliena won't see any visitors today.
I want to see the lady.
My, you are just as rude as her previous visitor, aren't you? All want but no manners.
Can I see her?
May I see her?
May I?
As I said already, she won't receive any more visitors today. At least not any scoundrels. Not after that Hamley boy tried to propose to her. Again. She'd rather enjoy some quiet than another wide-eyed piglet who thinks himself a minstrel. Now don't start singing, please.
Lady Aliena?
Aliena?
Charming young woman. She lives on top of the keep.
Like
A princess in a tower.
Well...
Does she have super long hair?
Although, I suppose she would make a splendid queen indeed. For now, she is just the Earl of Shiring's daughter, and quite good at her role, if I may say so.
Hamley?
Yes, Percy Hamley's son, William. Now, off you go. And farewell to you. If you want something, talk. I'm sorry, boy.
May I see the lady?
I told you she is not in the mood for pushy boys right now. She'd prefer someone a little more pleasant.
We have followers all over the south of England.
Of course. You're the Earl, after all.
A title doesn't guarantee anything, my son.
I don't understand. Is that why you sent all those letters?
Interesting.
Come on. The keep is right up there. You want to be...
I found this in the keep's kitchen. Can you teach me how to be a knight now?
Shit. Oh, no. You shit. You can't just steal from the Earl.
We were messing with you, lad. Just messing.
Put that thing away. Quick. Let's pretend we didn't see it.
Stay sharp, Jack. See that knight over there? What does he look like to you?
He looks like a small bear.
True, but even small bears can have an appetite for blood. Just because we are out of the forest, that doesn't mean there are no wolves about.
Man being the greatest wolf. Tom could build a well. Any new news with you? Guessing not so much. What am I missing? What should we do? Pretty busy courtyard. Would you like a drumstick?
You, put that back. Immediately. We're not having thieves in our country.
There's gotta be something I'm missing. I wonder if we can hit him with our slingshot.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, that's probably a bad idea.
The Lady Ali.
At least not a...
So much for Hope becoming a knight. We can't impress her with our knightly skills. Can we give you bit to eat?
Alfred said he was hungry. There's a princess in that tower.
You mean Lady Aliena? Right. She is something, isn't she?
I don't know, I haven't seen.
Boy, do us a favour and...
There are too many fully grown bastards out there already.
Hard to tell where to stick your sword first.
Those guys.
Even a fool can see these buildings need work. If the Earl's not worrying about his stalls and his kitchens, it might be something else.
Not the well.
Did you know there's a princess living here?
Well, I heard the Earl has a daughter, but that's about it.
What do you need work for?
It pays. It buys shelter and clothing and we don't have to starve. Not everyone can live in a forest, boy.
No?
No. People need to be around people. And for that, things have to be set in stone. Like the laws in towns, or rents, or wages. If everyone did whatever they liked, things would get very bad very quickly. I'm going to talk to some people. And if you see something I can fix, let me know.
It did, though. Can I eyeball this? The well needs fixing. Let's give the...
Where did you get that?
Just eat it.
I can see we're going to be good friends.
It's gonna get in trouble. Where did he put the drumstick? Let's see.
Hello, Jack. Have you ever been to a castle before?
No.
Castles are very safe places. People don't rob you so fast.
Mother told me stories about castles, about knights and princesses.
Oh, like what?
Like the one about Tristan and Isolde. They drank a potion and had to love each other for 3 years.
I know that one. Jack, do you think there's a princess in this castle?
There
It'd be
is.
so nice to see a real princess one day.
You need to cause a distraction so I can see the princess.
There is one.
What?
There is a princess here.
Oh, show me.
This might be our inn. It's got those luscious curls.
My lady,
Yes, Matthew?
there are 2 children downstairs, desperately wanting to see you.
Children?
A rather
Persistence.
cheerful little girl and an annoying boy.
Well, considering that it is my role to tend to my father's guests, I believe I can see them.
Your father let you renounce a wedding. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you declined this as well.
But a cheerful little girl?
And an annoying boy.
We will get along. You may bring them up. Oh, it's you. I noticed you and your parents from my window. What can I do for you? You're quite shy, aren't you? Would you like something to eat?
But they won't serve food yet.
They do what I tell them. I will have Matthew get you some bread.
Yes, please. Where's your mother?
My mother died.
Aren't you sad?
I was, but that was a long time ago. My brother Richard can't even remember her.
My mother's dead too.
When did she die?
Last week.
Oh. Who's that woman with you then?
That's my mother.
And where's your father?
I never had a father.
Where did you come from then?
From my mother. All young things come from their mothers. What have fathers got to do with it?
I think you should have a word with your mother. Come on, I want to show you something. Have you ever been up this high before?
No. Wow. All the people look so small. Like little mice. You must be up here every day.
I used to, but nowadays I try to hold myself back.
Why?
We are about to make some great enemies. If our first assault fails, they may want to lay siege to our castle, so I will have to get used to staying up here for a long while. I suppose this view will bore me soon enough. Till then, I'm trying to keep it special.
And you're sharing it with us. I don't think that I'll ever get bored by this.
Come on, let's go back down. Matthew will take you to your parents. How did it go?
Oh, she was so pretty. Don't you agree, Jack?
The Lady Aliena thinks there will be an attack.
Here, go find Tom and tell him.
The knight know.
Who are you going to attack?
No one. Me and my mates were just here for the beer.
Lady Aliena is expecting an attack.
An attack? So the Earl is planning to go to battle. That's very helpful, Jack. Now, why don't you help me find some damage to the castle? The Earl might not want to fight if his defenses are in bad shape.
Alright, now it should be able to let us... Some obvious damage here, but I don't know. You mentioned the well, but then we can click on the well and we can see that the well needs fixing.
What is it, boy?
You can build castles?
Well, if I have the money and the people, yes. Maybe one day I'll show you how it's done.
Gotta be something we're missing.
Stop right there. I'm sorry, boy. The Lady Aliena won't see any visitors today.
Well, we did talk to her already. What do we do? Mother?
He's still trying to get work.
Then you should go back to him and learn how he succeeds.
What if he fails?
They refused you.
Oh, just because work rarely falls into one's lap, that doesn't mean there is none. I'll give this place a look over while you tell your mother to be patient.
What are you looking for?
Something to convince the Earl that keeping things the way they are won't do for long. Could be something small, like washed out mortar or a loose column.
Or a well.
Now, I need to see the hole before I can carve the rock.
Okay, here we go. It's a little more to it. It's about asking the right questions. Okay. The well is ramshackle. The battlements are broken.
The battlements are broken.
I noticed that already. Anything else?
The well is in bad repair.
It is? Yeah, very good, Jack. That's one thing the Earl needs to get fixed for sure. Now, see if you can spot one more area of damage.
Yeah, you're...
I don't know.
Hopefully it wasn't that we were supposed to talk to the princess first. Or after, not first.
I don't know.
So it might be the battlements.
This isn't broken, is it?
Is it? I don't know.
Stop right there. I'm sorry, boy.
Yeah, hopefully we did it in the right order. Hopefully it's not like we missed something and we can't get back up to the tower. We visit the princess again? Maybe?
I wish I was like her.
I don't know.
Yeah, we got the well. There's gotta be something else that we're missing.
This isn't broken.
Ooh. Right in front of our eyes. So obvious.
There is a wall without mortar.
If that's true, you have a very keen eye. Well, that should do for now. Now, stay sharp.
I'm so lazy. I'm gonna do all the work.
You did a very good job, son. Now, come along. You deserve to see if it works.
Look, I'd like to give you work, but we don't need you.
I just hope you're not expecting a siege soon.
Why do you say that?
Your defenses are in bad repair.
Be specific, man.
The mortar in your walls has come away in places. This leaves an opening for a crowbar, and once there's a hole, it's easy to pull the entire wall down.
It all comes together.
Anything else?
Yeah. The keep has an undercroft with a wooden door. If I were attacking the keep, I'd go through that door and start a fire in the stores.
And if you were the Earl, how would you prevent that?
I'd have a pile of stone ready shaped and a supply of sand and lime for mortar. And a mason standing by ready to block up that doorway in times of danger.
Matthew, may I have a word with you?
We're in.
Well, we have a home. For now. You know, this is all thanks to your son, Ellen.
What did he do?
He did what you were supposed to do. He kept an eye and an ear out, and finally helped me convince the Earl. Grab your things, everyone, and follow me. It's time we put a roof over our heads.
And thus Tom Builder had finally found work. Little did we know then that it wouldn't last for long.
Nothing lasts forever. I successfully asked Bishop Whalerin for help. I told Bishop Whalerin about Francis' involvement. He gave Martha a straw night to keep her brave. You and your family reached the Earl's castle. You gave Alfred something to eat and strengthened your friendship. You earned Sir Catface's trust and learned his secret. You told Alina about Jack's father. You stole Chicken Lake for the Knights, which is probably not that great. You found William Hamley's letter to Lady Alina. You helped Tom find work in Earl's castle. Looks like we hit all the Hit all the points, maybe. All right. We're cruising. Chapter 3, Chapter 4. The Prior of Kingsbridge. Kingsbridge later that day.
It's good you sent your brother to tell your flock in St. John's about your nomination. If you'd gone yourself, they might not have let you leave again.
There is a good chance I will return to St. John's after the election today.
Why so pessimistic?
Many of the brothers still want Remigius to become prior.
Philip,
Yes?
there was an incident with one of our novices.
What kind of incident?
Remigius caned him. He was bleeding all over.
He could barely walk, but walk he did. We called out for him, but he did not turn around. He never looked back.
He ran away?
He is not the first. And it wasn't the first time Brother Marcus was punished either.
Brother Marcus?
Well, there's got to be moderation.
Yes, he stole my keys and food. You reported him to Remigius.
I did, but he is practically a child.
Well, how was I supposed to know?
Remigius
Just
really goes too far.
I guess.
Last year, he hit a novice. The poor soul became deaf in one ear.
Tell me, Philip, what will be the first thing that you do when you're elected?
I'm self-sufficient.
We must become self-sufficient and pay off our debts.
Yes, we must.
It will take years of hard work.
You just keep doing what you have always done, Milius. And we will teach the brothers out there to do the same.
You cannot go in there.
What was that?
Who are these people?
What in the world?
Hey! Step back. Step back, I say.
What is going on out there?
Soldiers?
Did they start a war again? Those fools.
Philip! It's Francis. They have Francis.
Francis.
Yikes, what is going on? Unfortunately, we'll have to wait and find out. In Chapter 4. Let's see you again soon. We're back. We're back in Chapter 4. Where Philip has found that the Priory in Kingsbridge has been invaded by soldiers and knights. Not sure why.
What is happening here?
Return to your brothers, monk.
We'll question you soon enough.
This might have to do with us telling the bishop about that letter, I have a feeling.
They said they're looking for someone.
They were questioning some of our brothers.
They're looking for Philip, maybe? Us?
What is this?
It's an invasion, that's what it is.
It should be sharpening its blade with his hand. Can we enter the cathedral? What in the world is going on? Hamley? Or Hambert, or Ham, whatever.
It would be easier for us all if you just came with us.
What about the child? Is it yours?
Hamley. I knew it.
Francis.
But we didn't give him away.
He'll be coming with us.
We were looking for you.
What are you doing here? And who is... Who is that?
I found him. In the woods.
Hey!
Hey!
We fed him goat's milk in St. John's. Johnny Eightpence did. He says he misses you.
He was always very sentimental.
Hey!
Philip, you must not tell these men my name. My Lord Robert of Gloucester believes me to be in Winchester.
I gave the letter to the bishop. He said he'd help.
Under your instructions.
May God have mercy on us. I was wrong to send you.
Hey!
What is it?
These men are with the bishop. He is here, in Kingsbridge.
The bishop is here?
Okay, good thing we didn't give him his name.
Hey, you...
There's something creeping me out about the bishop.
You should listen when you're spoken to. Who are you? And what about the child?
Did you make it? Did you two do it and make a little baby?
What are you, like, 8 or something?
By God, you look so funny. Oh, come on. Let me hold him.
Hamley.
Or both of your names. Come on, you two.
The child is under my protection.
Oh, is it now?
Good for you, monk. What's your name? And don't pretend you can't talk, because I'm sick of listening to you.
I am Philip. Philip of Gwynedd.
It's him we're looking for, not the other one.
Monks, they all look alike.
We were looking for you. Bishop Wailerun wants to see you.
Oh.
Why?
We found
Why,
him.
Bishop?
He's here. Tell the bishop.
They found the monk. The bishop. Tell the bishop.
Go on, monk. We'll all keep an eye on you.
You will be safe.
Hamlet.
Just for you, so move.
Bastard.
Are you waiting for? That's him. That's the monk. Tell the bishop. I thought he would at least be taller than me.
This priory has suffered
What's going on here,
way
Philip?
too much.
I don't know.
The bishop knows he's here.
Just looking for the letter. It's my guess.
Philip. There you are.
The Right Reverend Bishop Wailer of Bygod.
Philip and I are already acquainted.
You were looking for me, my bishop?
I was. Remigius, Philip does look distressed, does he not?
Yes, he does.
Tell me, what is on your mind?
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on here.
These men who were looking for me, who are they? And why are they here?
Oh, them, of course. I have gotten too used to the presence of knights and nobles. The work of a bishop. The
Bishop
reason
prick.
why these men are outside right now is your letter, Philip. As I suspected, it did convince my allies to go against the Earl of Shiring. These allies of mine insisted that their knight should accompany me along with their son, and very soon they will ride against the Earl.
I understand, my bishop.
Philip, I have the feeling that there is a storm rising. Right here, in Kingsbridge. And in the eye of that storm stands one man. You. Around you, things begin moving. Don't they, Remigius?
Yes.
But there is one important thing you have kept from me.
There is. My bishop.
The bishop.
You did not mention that you, Philip, were nominated to be Prior of Kingsbridge. The brothers here will elect their new Prior today, will they not?
The election will take place in a few hours, my bishop.
I didn't want to be Prior Kingsbridge.
He needed a strong Prior. James was my friend, but a strong Prior he was not. We are in agreement on these matters, are we not, Remigius?
Of course, Right Reverend. The bishop and I agreed you should have this.
Prior St. James Rosary was found by the sub-prior Remigius at the river near the spot where Kingsbridge's old prior is believed to have broken into the ice. To this day, James' grave in the cathedral remains empty. The icy stream has most likely carried the prior's body away. The monks believe that James was chased into the ice in the small hours of Christmas Day. Some believe by the devil himself, but who is to tell what happened? For there was no one out in the river that night aside from Prior James, was there? Well, I thought Remigius says he was there. Philip received the rosary on January 1136 from Remigius and Bishop Waleran as a token of goodwill and trust in the day of the election of the new Prior of Kingsbridge.
Very well. Now, when your distinguished guests arrive, what will be the subject of your first sermon as the new Prior of Kingsbridge?
Did he really need all this, like, dog and pony show at the Knights to, like, talk about courage and change?
I think what I would talk about is... I beg your forgiveness, but I do not understand.
Most of your brothers agree with me on this matter. Remigius has talked to them. They will vote for you.
As will I. And I will support you in your duties in my role as sub-prior.
A role you have fulfilled wonderfully in the past, Remigius. Wonderfully.
My bishop?
Am I gonna get assassinated here? Am I gonna end up under the ice?
You will be the new Prior of Kingsbridge.
Oh.
In humbleness, I stand before you, most humbled by your trust and humbled by the great tasks ahead of us. We must restore Kingsbridge to do justice to the glory of God and to his mercy. The desperate and the hopeless everywhere shall hear our bells. They shall see our towering cathedral. Our great church will become a guiding light, but first and foremost, through our actions and our faith, we ourselves shall be such a light to the lost, the hurt, and the suffering.
A city on the hill?
To God.
The Earl of Shiring is not in attendance, it seems.
He is not. Shameful. He's busy preparing his siege on Winchester.
I trust he does not know we are about to foil his plans, Percy.
Answer the bishop, my husband.
No, he does not expect us, not at all. My men are ready.
So is our son.
Excellent. Excellent.
The intrigue. Plot thickens.
There you are. What's the matter?
Did I have a father?
Yes. Everyone has a father.
What happened to him?
He died before you were born.
How could he be my father if he died before I was born?
Babies grow from a seed. The seed comes out of a man's prick and is planted in a woman's cunny. Then the seed grows into a baby in her belly, and when it's ready, it comes out.
There you go. There's the medieval birds and the bees.
Why did you never tell me? About father, I mean.
I needed you to be older. Trust me, once the time is right, I will tell you everything. I promise.
What was my father's name?
Jack, the same as you. They called him Jack Sherberg.
So, if there's another Jack, I can tell people that I'm Jack Jackson?
You can. People don't always call you what you want.
And you'll start a group, and we'll call it the Jackson 5.
What is that? Jack, find the others. Then hide and don't come out till I tell you.
Aptly. Wow, we didn't do a whole... I think we missed some things. You have become Prior of Kingsbridge. Walerin does as you asked. His allies, the Hamleys, attack Earl's Castle. We asked him to do that? Walerin does as you asked. Yeah, his allies, the Hamleys, attack Earl's Castle. The thief you reported Brother Marcus fled the priory after severe caning. Keep on keeping on. Chapter 5. The Man in the Flames.
Oh, there are at least 200 of them at the river.
Knights again? What colors do they wear?
They are not knights, Philip.
They say they cannot pay. It is all right, Brother Paul. I told them that there's a toll.
Oh boy.
Who is your leader? Who will speak for you?
No one will speak for us, monk.
We were chased from every village.
They are outlaws.
We are no outlaws.
Well, the responsibility of the church is to help the poor. But
they killed my child.
It's a lie.
God. We cannot feed you. We barely have enough for ourselves.
We'll give them shelter.
We will give them shelter.
Philip, we have not enough room.
We're all English. They can chip in.
We will give you all shelter. All of you.
Just give them shelter, and we'll figure out the food situation as we go.
I wish I had more to give.
More? We've given away almost all the food we have. What will these...
I don't know about that. I think we need to plan. I don't think we should just give all our food away.
They came here. They fed themselves. They worked. Surely they can do that again.
There are more coming. Word is spreading fast.
What in the world is going on?
Give me the rest of the bread.
But...
Here, Philip.
Yikes. He eats it. He's like, yes.
Then, we have to clean out the empty houses and tend to the injured.
You heard our prior, brothers.
Wow. So when we return to this crisis of people that are, I'd call it refugees. I guess they're technically refugees, but they're from in our own country, so neighboring villages. And I think a lot of it has to do with this civil war. All right, so we'll keep on keeping on, and we'll figure it out. All right, until next time, Chapter 5. We are back. We are back in Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. We're in Chapter 5, and we are basically taking care of a bunch of refugees, probably from a civil war that we have our hands in, and might have resulted in, because of we told the wrong people about a letter. So here we go. So we're gonna go around, and we're gonna try to
take some bread.
Divvy up the last of the food.
Bread for all of us?
In Wiggly they spat on us, and now you want to complain when this monk shows mercy.
But I...
Thank you, Father.
1 crumb per person.
No, I'm all right. Others need it more than I.
Take it. Share it with the others. But you have to eat too.
Thank you, Father.
Probably got to give a loaf of bread to the children without parents. 100 people, hungry women and children. Oh, dang it. Well, there are hungry women and children here too. Well, men and women anyway. Yeah. I should have thought it through. Children without parents.
Children, take some food. Please, take it. You have to eat. Here, I will put it here. Eat when you're hungry.
Somebody's got to divvy it out, because those kids will fight for it.
Those
Give
people
it
over
to
there.
us. We have Why did this happen? What did we
Our
do
children
wrong?
will die in this cold.
Wake
Please,
up, Pa.
let us stay. We can work.
Starts with a good attitude. You have to want to try to be a better person, and you want to contribute. We start there. Then it's upwards. It's up from there. But if you start with this attitude, you're not going to get on very well. Philip's notes about refugees at Kingsbridge, dated January 1136. I sat with refugees who have sought shelter at a priory. They told me horrifying stories. Politically, the seizure of Earl's Castle was a strategic move to support King Stephen, but for these men and women, it was a great tragedy. They told me of William Hamley, and the 3 other horsemen leading an army of knights. They trampled those who fell, set their houses ablaze, and yelled at them to scream louder. The townsfolk people fled, with nothing to take with them and nowhere to go. Just hearing about it sends shivers down my spine. If we had not gotten involved, this would never happen. Yeah, I greatly regret giving the letter to the bishop. I think that kind of prompted all this.
Philip, we are running out of room.
Have you done as I told you?
We have cleared out the houses and put up fires. All houses are occupied, and our brothers are treating the sick and injured.
There is still some room in the guest house and in the dormitory. Tomorrow, we will open the cathedral.
They are fellow countrymen.
We need all the room we can get.
Prior Philip?
Tom Builder?
Yes?
I am Tom, Master Builder, and I'd like to rebuild your northwest tower.
Dear God, they look even worse than the others. Like they haven't eaten in days.
They just don't stop coming, do they?
I have worked on Salisbury Cathedral. My last employer was the Earl of Shiring himself. I know my craft. If you let your tower collapse, it may tear down parts of the nave. Hire me, and I'll make it strong again.
I wish I could hire you. Repairs would cost much, and we have nothing.
That child? You are raising a child?
My brother found Jonathan in the woods and brought him here. The poor boy would have frozen to death if it hadn't been for God's great mercy.
Yeah, Tom.
Jonathan.
Look, I am sorry, but all I can offer you is a place to sleep.
I'll accept. But I'd rather earn it. We didn't come here to beg.
Ask God, then. That wouldn't be begging, it'd be prayer.
You remember what I told you about the kindness of monks? Ask God. That wouldn't be begging, it would be prayer.
Oh, I will pray. I will pray for a thunderbolt to strike the church and level it to the ground.
I wonder if they refused us because of me.
Why can't Tom repair their church?
Because these monks want to hold on to their coin as long as they can.
Well, they can't see that it's about to collapse. If it did, I'd have worked for a lifetime. But no, they believe it can all be held together by prayer.
Well, there's not enough resources to rebuild the church right now. We have a refugee crisis of our own countrymen. Do they know you?
Do they know you?
I used to live close to here, so it is possible.
Maybe that monk will change his mind. He seemed nice.
He won't. I could see it in his eyes. He's a stubborn one.
Can I look around a bit?
Yes, but don't stroll too far. Be cautious of those monks. I told you the baby would be safe.
What baby?
I am not a ghost, little redhead, even if I am at death's door. If you go first, I will put you in the ground. It's what I do. I'll make it a nice grave. You'll like it, but you must dig me one, too, when my time comes. Agreed? That's good. Good. You must not be afraid to die. Death is not the end. There is more after. That's the secret. That is what all this here is about. You see?
Who are you? Ah, you're one of the refugees from Earl's Castle, aren't you? Did you see how they killed people? I don't think I could take it. We monks do not do things like killing.
Maybe it was Brother Marcus. Stealing food. No. After that beating, he would never come back. What if it is Prior James? James is dead. He's still in the river. We couldn't put him to rest. Could that be? Philip said Prior James did not commit suicide. So it couldn't have been him. Then what did I see?
He was chased by the devil.
There are things deep in the woods, in the streams, the rocks. Many farmers give them offerings. They shouldn't do that. They must be demons. An angel would not hide in the forest.
Monks may be wimps, but they take care of their own.
Yes? Oh, hello. I'm afraid we're out of food.
Who is it?
The mason's boy. I'm sorry, but I cannot help you. Come back in the morning, will you?
Those poor souls. They can hardly sleep. At least they don't have to take care of a baby.
I do like that it's all described in a way that it depends on the perspective of the person that you're playing. So if you're Brother Philip, you know that this is the cloister and the kitchen and etc. But because this guy doesn't know, it just says like door.
Guess there are worse things than growing up close to God. Jonathan. That's the name they've given him.
The monks closed the big door. We're locked in now.
I wish I could hold him.
I know. But you have to be careful. They must never know that you are his father.
Did we miss something?
Martha?
I think she deserves a good night's rest.
Maybe.
I will not change my mind on this matter. We will help them, all of them. Remigius, do you truly want to leave these people to die?
We should remove ourselves from the world, my prior. It is for God to decide, not us.
We will help these people. We must.
They are our countrymen, but they have to be willing to help. It's overwhelming. It's, you know, everyone will, he has a point. Everyone will suffer and die if they don't contribute. We have to figure out a way. And it's not necessarily farming season either. It's freezing out here. I don't know where we're gonna get food. What a mess. Can't go in that way. Chapter house is...
Hey, what are you doing here?
Remigius here is right. This is no place for children.
Church?
Oh, I remember her.
Did not Jesus said, "Let the little ones come to me"?
This woman, she came with the builder.
But there's...
Yes?
You'll not enter the kingdom of heaven unless you're like a child?
Refugee.
What do you mean?
She's an outlaw. She's been here in the past. Prior James warned me about her. She is not from Earl's Castle. She's from the forest.
But her husband?
I doubt they are married.
Young man, are you not the builder's son? What's your name?
Jack Builder.
Jack Builder.
See, he is the builder's son. Well, then off you go, Jack.
A strange child.
Haha.
Oh, I wish someone would just tear that cathedral down so we could start afresh.
That would require a miracle, and I really don't know a thing about them.
I'm so tired.
It's pretty dark-wish.
I'll sing you a lullaby. Actually, it's Jack's favourite. A lark caught in a hunter's net sang sweeter then than ever, as if the falling melody might wing and net dissever. At dusk the hunter took his prey, the lark his freedom never. All birds and men are sure to die, but songs may live forever.
Lone candle. Oh, I can't get into St. Agnes's tomb. Hey, the door to the staircase is open. Interesting.
Very, very dry.
Well, Tom wanted the cathedral to fall apart so he could build a new cathedral, and we're just a little kid. Vatican Kingbridge Cathedral founded in 1136. Interesting. Well, let's help him. If we burn down the cathedral, he can build a new one. I mean, that'd be perfect, especially during this crisis of refugees. That would just really help. We're growing attached to Tom. It's gonna be our
If they need to
new
build a
father.
cathedral, Tom will get work, and we can stay here. Tom always talks about wanting to work on a cathedral.
Get the heck out of there. Can we get out? Oh yeah, let's go down. Duh. Oh crap.
What?
Well, duh. Oh boy. Not good. Well...
Smoke!
Alright, you moron.
I can barely breathe. I need air. Maybe upstairs I can breathe.
Yeah. If there's any wood downstairs.
There's a breeze coming from the back.
Nah, it's still not smart. Just jump, you'll be fine. And down, maybe?
You! I know you. You are Maximum. It is you! By God and the devil! They sent you back to punish me. I told them we must repent.
James?
For what we did to you. To all of them. For my sins. Cast me into the lake of fire.
Crazy. Oh, we should not have written.
Only 2 days have passed since you left our priory.
That's incriminating. Should have wrote my brother.
Much has happened in these 2 days. Many desperate men, women, and children have found refuge here. The Earl of Shiring was arrested. His castle taken by my bishop's allies. The people that we shelter were driven from that castle. Francis, I know this was not your fault, but I, myself, cannot but feel responsible for their fate.
We should have wrote my brother anyway, because... yeah, best to keep...
I pray that this letter finds you in good health.
In consideration of my own, I ask that you not talk about our parents again. One must let these things rest. I have made my peace and won't hear any more of it. I heard from you that only 3 in Earl Robert's employ can read. One of them is my brother. Your brother, Philip.
What?
No, no, no! Get out of there!
What?
What?
That?
Fire?
Save yourselves! The saint! We must save the saint! Fire! The whole roof is in flames!
My God!
Don't go in there! Adolphus! The saint! We must save him! No! No! Don't go!
While the monks and refugees cleaned up, I kept hidden. I hadn't expected that a magnificent building like this could so utterly collapse. That the ignorant little boy that I had been could so easily turn it back into a pile of dirty stones. I knew then that I had done something wrong, and no one could ever find out.
Prior Philip, I had the site cleared. It should be safe now.
Good work. Thank you, Master Builder. This concludes a very long night, then.
Many people left already. They asked me to thank you for your kindness. They're sorry for what happened.
Well, they should thank God for his mercy. No one got hurt, no one died. 45 monks and 11 novices, all accounted for. No one's missing.
No one?
Milius and Cuthbert even saved our saint from the crypt.
Do you know what caused this?
Someone set fire to the roof.
Do you suspect anyone?
No. The church.
One with hair as flames.
Locked the doors.
Oh, no one got hurt. The books were saved. Even the bones of your saint were unharmed. Maybe this happened for a reason.
What do you mean?
Here. Let me show you something. Tell me, what do you see?
I see dawn.
Right. Prior, I am deeply sorry about what happened to your church, but you must remain steadfast.
And stare at the sunrise?
No, you're only seeing the sunrise because you're facing east, straight east, like a church. Now, I know you have no money, and that helping people is more important.
To Israel?
Start right here. Take the stones we've got, and the people who want to help.
So, what is it I am looking at, Tom Builder?
Solomon's Temple and these?
New cathedral.
The direction of Solomon's Temple?
I see it. I see now.
Well, don't look directly into the sun. You're in favor of taking the refugees in. You agreed to bury Arnaldus after his death. You burned the Cathedral of Platam. You inspired Philip to rebuild Kingsbridge Cathedral. All right. Chapter 6. Winchester.
A few weeks later, I received an invitation from Bishop Waleran. In Winchester, we and Waleran's allies were to meet King Stephen himself. The bishop seemed assured that because we had helped the king, Stephen would support us in return. And that with his help, we would be able to rebuild Kingsbridge Cathedral.
Winchester Courtyard.
Percy Hamley.
Bishop Waleran. Good morning.
Ali! It's them! Over there! The Hamleys!
Uh-oh.
Thank you for your assistance in
Let's stay clear.
I
think the Hamleys attacked the Earl.
Wouldn't be here today, right, Mother?
Of course.
Well, don't just stand there. Walk out with me, but very calmly. We can't let them see us.
Yeah, it would be bad.
Oh, children, pardon me.
Philip? Now's not a good time to talk.
Now we're only missing one more.
Here he is.
Good morning.
Bishop Henry, this is my prior.
Philip of Gwynedd, Prior of Kingsbridge, my Lord Bishop.
You won't have to say much today, Philip.
Leave the talking to us.
No, leave the talking to me. King Stephen is my brother, after all. Let us make haste. My brother is an early riser.
Chapter 6. The Hamleys.
We must make haste. I want to go hunting in the New Forest. England is full of game. No comparison to Normandy. This country's still wild.
This is Waleran Bygod, the Bishop of Kingsbridge.
Waleran, I remember you. We've met before.
And Percy Hamley. My king.
He brought Bartholomew to justice. And it's not the first time he's helped me. He has Norman blood in him. We should hunt together someday.
Indeed, sire.
Bartholomew, on the other hand, will not leave the jail alive.
Percy Hamley did not do it without help, my lord. It was I who told him of the plot against you.
And now you come to be rewarded as well. I see.
My brother, the Cathedral of Kingsbridge has burnt down. Waleran asks for a reward, not for himself. He asks for our church.
I take it your church cannot afford to rebuild that cathedral, Henry. Neither can the crown.
I, or rather Bishop Waleran, had an idea. You could give the Earl of Shiring's lands to the Bishop of Kingsbridge to finance the rebuilding of the cathedral.
I like the idea. But Percy and his men were the ones who took Earl's Castle, not Bishop Waleran. Right, Percy?
Yes, my king.
He knows the area, and he will be a loyal Earl, will you not?
Of course, my king.
You ought to give thanks to God first. God made you king.
Don't go on like that, Henry. Don't do that. You know what happens when you do that. It was a long way to this throne. A long way.
Yes, my brother.
Now I will hunt.
My Lord King, I thank you for being willing to reconsider the future of the Shiring Earldom.
When shall we hear your decision?
Tomorrow. Bring my bow. Tell the men we hunt.
Philip, Waylon and I have much to discuss.
All right. But what can I do to help?
Well, my brother asked me to get a confession from the traitor Bartholomew. A confession would be helpful against those who believe Bartholomew's arrest was unjust, and it may help us to convince my brother to forget all about his promise.
Bartholomew consorted with the devil. Crazy. Yeah, so that's our buddy the Earl that was we met a few chapters ago. We're gonna go ahead and save it here. I'll see you guys again soon for chapter 6 in Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. We are back. We are back in Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. And we are currently in charge of getting a confession out of the Earl, who Bishop Waylon just invaded, and the Ham somethings. Yeah, Bishop Waylon and Bishop Henry. Bishop Waylon, we gave him a letter we shouldn't have, and that kind of triggered the invasion of by the Hamleys, and that caused to overtake the Earl, and now we're supposed to get a confession out of the Earl.
Bartholomew and his followers would have only been the first wave. Robert of Gloucester remains, and he will attack.
And that's what you keep telling us. Maybe because the king likes to hear that you share his worries about Robert of Gloucester.
Robert of Gloucester wants to see his sister on the throne. He will attack. And the Welsh will fight on his side. You mark my words.
Quite the political events.
Bishop Henry said Bartholomew is in the jail. Where was that again?
How could you let her get away? That little bitch.
I will find her, Mother. She was here? Why?
To see her father, of course. But that won't help her. She has already made a fool of you once. Don't let it happen again.
No, Mother.
Yeah, the Hamleys created the refugee crisis there with all that overflow into the cathedral, and then, you know, the cathedral ended up burning down, and so much has happened in a short span of time.
Bishop Henry sends me.
The bishop, eh? What does he want?
He wants me to talk to Bartholomew of Shiring.
Bartholomew of Shiring? Ah. It's only Bartholomew now. It's his 4th day without bread. Soon he won't even be Bartholomew anymore.
Yikes.
Bartholomew, I am Brother Philip.
Let's be straight. Let's shoot straight with him.
We have never met, but I am responsible for your fate.
No one ever chose my fate for me. I choose my fate.
Your conspiracy, was it really worth dying for?
Stephen sent you. Why would you side with the usurper?
I was asked to make you confess.
Stronger men tried that before you. Why should I confess to you?
Your people found refuge in my priory. Your confession will help me to give them work and shelter.
I have no sins to confess. My only regret is that I failed.
I will not tell the king that. They will kill you.
They have already done that. Monk, tell them that I confessed.
To what?
All of it. Treason.
But...
The son shall not suffer for the iniquity of the father. Tell Stephen that as well.
You know the scripture.
Richard and Aliena, my children, they must live.
And a good day to you too, Father.
Is it bad news to talk to the Hamleys? Probably.
Monk, it's about time you showed up.
Huh? Regan Hamley? We have not been formally introduced.
You are a fool. Is that formal enough for you, Monk? You don't understand any of this, do you? It's as if you've never set a single foot outside your little... How you let yourself be used by those two greedy bishops, I'll never know. Waleran wants the lands of the earldom for himself. Henry knows that. Say something. You don't believe me, do you?
You are only worrying
Monk?
about your husband's land.
Well, of course I am, and you should be too. If Waleran wins, we both lose. I know you don't trust me.
Do you have a way to prove any of this?
Ride with my son, William. Just a few hours. I will prove to you that Waleran will betray you.
All right. I will ride with your son, if only to prove you wrong.
Very well. Maybe you're not a fool, after all. But do not let the bishop see you. William?
What?
Ride with Father Philip. Do as I said.
Where are we going?
Hamley declined to tell me where we were heading. He enjoyed keeping me in the dark and forcing me to follow his lead. Sometimes he sped ahead on his warhorse, and it took me some effort to catch up. But sooner or later he would stop and wait, sneering as I rejoined him. On one occasion he stood there urinating against a rock. When I caught up with him, he turned without covering himself. He found my shock at his shameful behavior comical. He laughed, got back into the saddle, spurred his horse, and rode off.
No bathrooms.
I followed, hoping this journey had not been another horrible mistake.
He should not be exposing himself. William.
Near a bridge, I found William with a group of washerwomen. He was shouting at them. When I arrived, I could only hear their replies. They said that they had not seen a girl or a boy fitting his description. A younger, blonde woman said that even if she had seen the girl, she would not tell him. Apparently, she had heard of William Hamley. William grabbed the startled-looking woman by the arm. He shoved his right hand under her skirt. She started crying. The other women asked William to stop, but were afraid to anger him. William turned and grinned when he saw me approach.
William's kind of a turd.
When he heard my words, William's grin faded. He pushed the young woman away. The other women looked at me in a strange way. They must have asked themselves why a monk would ride with such a man as William. We rode off, and William stared at me full of spite. I told him I pitied him. I did not tell him why, because I had no words for it. We did not talk after that. Not for a long time.
We're heading to the bishop's palace.
William talked to more strangers along the way. First, I believed he was asking for directions. Then I realized that money was changing hands. William was paying these people for information. I was glad that for now he had lost interest in hurting others. Then I saw an old woman pointing William to a bearded man on a horse. William called the man a horse thief. Then he grinned and signaled the puzzled man to get on his horse and ride with him. They rode faster and faster, and I could not hear what more they told. I could not hear much. It seemed the man had agreed on a deal with William. He received a handful of coins, and before he rode off north, I believed I heard the two mention a name, Aliena, and I prayed that whatever William's plan was, that it would fail.
The Earl Bartholomew's daughter, the Earl we spoke to in jail.
Then William waved at me to ride faster. I reckoned we had to be close to where Lady Hamley wanted us to go. Not long after, my stomach turned as I realized just where exactly we were bound.
Bishop's palace, huh? Good old Bishop Wailerin.
Just a moment.
What?
You know very well that Bishop Wailerin is in Winchester now. So what are we doing here?
No idea. Mother never tells me anything. She treats me and Father like damn children. It's a wonder Father ever got to fuck her in the first place. But here I am, and I'm starving. Damn, I'm starving.
Where are you going?
In there.
No.
I'm sure the bishop would want to see me well fed. We won't be staying long, so whatever it is you gotta do, do it fast.
This is probably not going to put us in good terms with the bishop.
How can I help you? How about you step aside?
They send us in here. What is Wailerin's secret? Yeah, I don't like the bishop, but I really dislike Hamley. I think Hamley is a lot worse than the bishop. I think the bishop just had political aspirations, which might, you know, but so does Hamley.
I shouldn't even be...
I kind of feel bad for Earl Bartholomew, but he, you know, I mean, I don't understand the politics enough. I think the Hamleys are related to Maud in some way, and one of the political factions wants the church to have more power, and the other one wants it to have less power. And personally, I'm for separation of church and state, but like, yeah, like it is interesting.
I shouldn't even be here.
Oh, looks like they've been cutting down a lot of wood. It says like Sauron or something in the orcs. In the Urukai scenario here. Oh.
What's that?
They're building something. Crazy. How come we didn't notice that earlier? Is it a cathedral? Yeah, weird. Who's funding it? It's like that's as far as we can go. Yeah, it looks like he's got maybe a cathedral going on back there. Or a castle, maybe? I don't know. What have you got in your horse? Do you have a letter? Hamley?
William forgot to close his saddlebag.
Your worries are very understandable. Killing is a sin, and hell awaits all sinners. But how could killing ever be a sin when a life is taken to protect God and our church? In such a holy battle, you are become the sword of God. As all as do all the brave and valiant knights that join our crusades to the Holy Land. Their faith is their armor, their sins are forgiven. You are the sword of God and a bishop, and as a bishop I am the hand of God. As long as the hand guides the sword, your sins shall be forgiven. Wailerin. Weird. So Wailerin is in communication with William Hamley. And William Hamley's just about to show us why Wailerin is bad. I mean, they apparently he's depending on him for his eternal salvation, which is not good. You shouldn't depend on any human for your eternal salvation, but maybe he might consider it blackmail, but I don't. It seems like they have a thing going on. I don't know why he doesn't like the bishop.
You, please. You were here before, weren't you? Yes. I remember you. Philip, isn't it?
Yes.
Please, you have to help me.
What happened?
He forced me to serve him food. He took the Lord's name in vain, and he pushed me and touched me.
Oh, God.
Hamley.
Ah, the monk. Oh. Did the boy call you? So what? Did he ask you for help? Did he?
He did.
I should have knocked your teeth out, boy.
You should not have.
We're young men, he and I play rough. So what? I asked you to leave.
And that is what we will do. What will the bishop think of your behavior?
Listen, we're all on the same side here.
We are not.
You, me, him, we're all working for the bishop. He won't mind. I play rough, so what? We are all men of God.
How are you working for the bishop?
You already forgot. I found you, back in Kingsbridge, when I escorted him.
You did not find me.
The bishop and I got talking. We have an understanding.
An understanding about what?
I took Earl's castle for him.
Your parents agreed to arrest Bartholomew because they wanted his earldom.
Who cares what they think? I felled Bartholomew's men with my sword. The old man was begging me for his life. On his knees, he begged me. I did it for the bishop.
What?
But hey, I'm sure you did great things for him as well. You think my father took Earl's castle?
I pity you.
Again? You dare to say that again? You pity me. I pity you. You're not a man. Neither of you are.
We are men of God.
A man kills, and a man fucks. And no one talks down to me. No one! I know you saw me and that whore at the river. I would have fucked that woman if it hadn't been for you.
And what would that have achieved?
She'd have learnt her lesson. And don't you think I noticed how you spied on me and that horse thief? I should kill you for that. I should. Let me tell you, I will fuck Bartholomew's whore of a daughter. I will fuck her good. I'm a man! Damn it, I'd fuck the boy if that was the only way to put him in his place. Hell, he looks like he'd enjoy it too.
You are not a man. You are a beast.
Oh, I am a man. But yes, there is a beast in me. It hunts and kills like no other. I unleashed it for the bishop. And my sins are forgiven.
Not even God would forgive those sins.
No, read the Bible. But
he already did.
It's pretty evil.
The bishop told me.
Then the bishop is wrong.
Hey.
I think Jesus forgives all sins. That doesn't
stay here a while longer.
mean that sins can't be punished or that things aren't evil.
Shit.
Yeah. But it's definitely like pretty evil dude, like doing evil things. And probably won't be looking for forgiveness. And the bishop can't forgive his sins anyway. Oh my goodness, what is going on? That is a huge plate. I don't know, I will need a plate. I'll clean up his mess.
If the bishop finds out of...
Yeah, I don't know why he's taken us here to get dirt on the bishop, but they seem to be in a good relationship, and he seems to think that his salvation is dependent on the bishop's blessing. So, like, I don't know, like, why he would want dirt on the bishop.
Throw them into the blazing furnace, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
What?
Hell. It is a depiction of hell.
The bishop said the relief intimidates even his most impious visitors. They all fear death. I'm not afraid to die. Do not fear those who kill the body. Rather fear him who can destroy both soul and body in hell. Who's he?
The devil. A fallen angel.
I have nothing to be afraid of. The cowardly, the unbelieving, the vile, the murderers, the sexually immoral, those who practice magic arts, the idolaters, and all liars. Their souls are the devil's. They will all go to hell. Stop it! Hell is far away. I'm not afraid.
And if anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire.
What's that? It's from the scripture. The end of days.
The second death of the sinners.
Bishop Wayleran said that if a sinner stares into the flame, the devil stares back from the lake of fire. What?
I can't see him.
I don't think the devil is in hell until the end of days, according to the Bible.
What is it?
We ride back to Winchester. Now!
What's the point of all this? I don't understand the Hamlet's motivations.
Maybe he saw things to come.
How can I thank you?
Tell me, what is being built out there?
What?
A substantial construction is underway, it seems.
Yes, but...
What is it?
A castle. The bishop is building a castle.
Weird.
A castle? Why a castle?
I don't know. It is not for me to ask or question the bishop.
Of course.
And I doubt it's for you to question him either. That man, William, had no idea why you two came here, had he? You came here to spy on the bishop. You brought this man here.
Just riding along.
Go! But leave the tableware.
I only wanted to tidy up the table.
Of course. I knew you couldn't be trusted ever since I saw you stealing apples when you first came here.
As a member of the church, I don't get free apples? I need to stare into the flame. ask the bishop for my writ of salvation.
There you are. My son seemed thoughtful when he returned.
What was that all
Your
about?
priests and your talk. You always get to him.
He seemed more excited after talking to your bishop, though. Then again, we know Waleran is good with words. Don't we, my husband?
Of course.
Waleran, maybe, but not your son.
Speaking of Waleran, what did you find, monk?
Your son is crazy? I probably shouldn't, but...
A construction site.
Ah. So Waleran has a building project of his own. Did you also find out what he is building?
A castle.
Yes. He is building a castle for himself. And he used up every stone and every tree on his own lands. He claims he wants Bartholomew's land for your cathedral. But what Waleran wants is a castle.
He's always been like that.
But it's going to be obvious that he's not building the cathedral.
But what about your bishop?
What do you want from me?
As Prior of Kingsbridge, you will agree that my husband shall have the whole earldom of Shiring.
And why would I do you a favor like that?
Because we will support the rebuilding of your cathedral without stones.
Which will put us at odds with Bishop Waleran.
All of his promises, and Waleran gets nothing.
That is our offer. What do you say?
No, we have no deal.
Why not?
We made you a good offer.
Your offer is not enough. The king still considers giving all the lands of the earldom to Waleran to rebuild our cathedral. You need this deal with me just as much as I do.
This is... Oh. We taught this fool well, it seems.
What are your terms, father?
What is more valuable, arable land or forest?
Arable land, of course.
Then you shall have the arable and I'll have the forest.
I need the forest to hunt. An earl must have his hunting grounds.
You can hunt there. I just want the timber for my cathedral.
Ugh.
Which do you want, the cattle pastures or the sheep grazings?
The pasture.
Then I'll have the hill farms with their sheep. Would you like the income from markets or the quarry?
Suppose we said the quarry.
You won't, though, will you?
No. We'll take the markets. You can have the stones.
It is agreed, then?
We have a pact. My husband will let the king know of our agreement. Bishop Waleran will be quite surprised. You will see his true face when he does not get what he wants.
Bishop Waleran claimed to want to rebuild the cathedral. Ooh, he's not gonna like this.
Ah, Philip.
What is it?
About Bartholomew's confession.
Maybe you can get him to confess.
I do not believe my prior can do more than you could, Henry.
Perhaps he knows he will die, no matter what he says.
He confessed to everything, but he asks for clemency for his children.
Good. I will let my brother know what we have achieved today once he returns from the hunt.
Good, Philip. You did well.
About Bartholomew's children.
My brother was never one to judge a man by the deeds of his father. Still, I shall mention Bartholomew's request to him.
Yeah, let's go ahead and not mention the castle, because that might affect the fate of his children.
Maybe I should come back tomorrow.
Yes, there is not much a monk can do here.
Yes, your bishop and I will do what we can to help your priory.
My loyal subject, Percy Hamley, today becomes the Earl of Sharing. Of the former Earl's possessions, Percy shall have the castle.
Crazy.
And all the land that is tenanted to knights, plus all other arable land and low-lying pasture.
I swear by all that is holy to be your liegeman, and to fight for you against any other.
My king...
Ah, yes. Of course, I have not forgotten the worries of my bishops. The Earl of Sharing himself, Percy here.
Why is the bishop building a castle? Does he have, like,
thanks to him,
political aspirations?
My promise. Don't worry, Bishop Waleran. Kingsbridge shall be rebuilt. Percy told me of a man here whom my brother has not yet introduced. Come forward, Prior.
My brother, may I present to you Philip of Gwynedd?
My king.
You seem afraid. What are you worried about?
I'm worried about my priory and the cathedral.
I heard about the fire. How are you managing?
On the day of the fire, God sent us a builder, but we cannot pay him.
Don't worry, you can. Now, about the arrangement between you and Percy Hamley. He insisted that I give the sheep grazings belonging to the former Earl to the Priory of Kingsbridge. The Priory will also have the right to take stone from the Earl's court.
Kind of an awkward way for the bishop to find out, but...
I wholeheartedly agree with the plan you two have devised. It shall be done.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
It seems unnecessarily complicated to give the land to the bishop. Percy told me that you, Father Philip, share that sentiment. He told me it was your idea to take up the burden of managing the rebuilding of the cathedral yourself.
Wonderful.
I'm glad that we all were able to help you, Bishop Waleran, in this pressing matter. After all you have done for me.
Thank you, Lord King.
Bartholomew lost everything in his attempt to end my reign. This morning he was found dead in his cell. I've heard that you, Prior, worry for his children, Richard and Aliena. While they shall lose their status, their name, and their land, they shall go free, wherever they are.
You must be very proud, Lady Hamley.
Of course. Father Philip has been very understanding in all this.
Yes, he is remarkable. Very remarkable.
My husband and I were terrified when we heard about the fire in Kingsbridge. It is a blessing that we can help him and his priory now.
You sowed the wind, Philip.
You went to see Bartholomew in his cell. You rode with William to see the bishop's palace and uncovered Waleran's secrets. Waleran's servant thinks you are a thief and suspicious of your motives. You made a very lucrative pact with the Hamleys. Bishop Waleran believes you betrayed him. Chapter 7. We're almost the end of Book 1. The King of Something. Man, that went past really quickly.
Is everyone ready? Yes, everyone will be there. But how are we to pray and contemplate like this? I don't dare even to send my choir out there. We shall get used to it, all of us.
We must be thankful for all of this, for each noise, each face that disturbs us here.
We shall start with the chancel, then gradually work our way from east to west. That's the way it's done, the way I was taught to do it.
I value your enthusiasm, my dear Mason, but so far we're only cleaning up. I haven't even considered hiring a master builder yet, neither you nor anyone else.
May I show you some drawings?
By all means.
Ooh. All right, gang. We are in the final chapter of Book 1. So exciting, making some progress here. So, yeah, a lot of us unfolded, and I'm intrigued to see where this is going. We've made an enemy with Bishop Wayland, but we seem to have saved our cathedral. And, yeah, things are looking, for the most part, in the up and up. But I think that the Bishop Wayland is going to come back to haunt us. All right, well, we'll see you again soon for Chapter 7. Hey, what's up, gang? We're back for the final 7th chapter of Book 1 in Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. And our construction of the cathedral, Philip's construction is underway.
You look here first. Imagine you're standing in the center of the nave, looking at the wall. This is what you see.
Are those windows?
Right, but that's not all. On top are the clear-story windows. On the lowest level are the pillars of the arcade. They're joined by arches making up the bays. Through the archways you can see the windows in the aisle. Shall I go on?
Yes, yes, of course. I was just thinking. Keep going.
Starting right in the middle is the Tribune Gallery.
I can see you've put a lot of thought into this. I was just wondering, how long would this take to build?
A long time.
With that answer.
Well, that depends on how many people you employ. If you can afford 60 masons, you could build the whole church at once instead of working from east to west. That might take 8 years, maybe 10.
I wish my monastic officials had your ability to think ahead and calculate. Go on now, show me the rest of your drawing.
When we walk around the site, we mark where the walls will be, the pillars, doors and buttresses. Now for that we need a plan like this, to tell us where to place our pegs and string.
Is this how birds would see our church?
Exactly.
It's in the shape of a cross.
The nave is on the left. It has 6 bays.
And the chancel?
Here you can see the transept.
I noticed, yes. It is remarkable how much you can reveal with so few lines.
Thank you, Father. The chancel will have 4 bays.
I can see the transept is 2 bays wide, so it will be 12 in total. It does look splendid, but isn't that rather small?
Well, can you afford to build it bigger?
I have trouble affording it at all. The king grants us timber and stone and wool from Shiring's pastures. But only God knows if it will be enough. I don't suppose you have any idea how much this would cost.
I know exactly how much this would cost. It would be no more than £3,000.
I've spent the last few weeks working out the annual income of the Priory. Here's the answer. £300 a year. And we spend every penny. So, I need to find £200 a year. It doesn't sound so bad when you put it that way. You really want to build this cathedral yourself, don't you?
Yes, Father. I want you to appoint me Master Builder.
Why?
You're not very good at taking care of your own child.
Because he wants to give people hope.
Is that so? Then answer me this one last question. If people were to enter your church, what image would they see crowning the tympanum above the entrance? One of Judgment Day to teach people to be good? Or one of paradise to remind them of God's mercy?
Show them hell, so that they're afraid to do bad things. I'd rather see trees and animals.
Remind them of God's mercy.
It should be the promise of a better life. Therefore, it will show heaven.
Yes.
Milius, is there news of my brother?
No, unfortunately not. No one has seen or heard from him since the Bishop and Percy Hamley were here.
Papa, will there be statues inside? Statues?
Oh. That's enough, children. It's time you went out and played. Prior.
Yes?
My first wife, Agnes. She died without a priest, and she's buried in unconsecrated ground. Sometimes a man builds a chapel, or founds a monastery, in the hope that in the afterlife God will remember his piety. I just wonder, do you think my design might serve to protect Agnes's soul?
God no longer asks for blood sacrifices, for the ultimate sacrifice has already been made. But the lesson of Abraham's story is that God demands the best we have to offer, that which is most precious to us. So you must ask yourself, is this design the best thing you could offer?
Except for my children. Yes.
Then rest easy, Tom Builder. God will accept it.
Contract dated February 1st, 1136. I, Philip of Gwenweld, in representation of Kingbridge Priory, hereby assign Tom Builder as Master Builder for the construction of Kingsbridge Cathedral. The Priory will provide £200 a year to be used wholly for materials and craftsmen. The pace of construction shall be adjusted accordingly and adhere to the plans approved by the Prior. In exchange for his work, Tom Builder and his family are to receive a private house and the right to attend all common meals of the Priory. The contract is subject to change of the Priory's financials and gives further prospect of additional payment to compensate for the Master Builder's work. Signed, Prior Philip of Gwenweld and Tom the Builder.
Jack, do me a favor and give Paul these herbs, will you?
But he's a monk. You don't like monks.
Well, it turns out not all of them are bad. Still, be careful before you trust any one of them.
There he is! Give our Prior the welcome he deserves!
Oh, you know, I am only following God's will.
Prepare to raise the bell! Make the Prior proud!
Well, thank you.
Go on, Jack. Don't forget about Paul's herbs.
Where have I seen that woman before?
Oh, Brother Paul. So help your feet.
This is from my mother.
Oh, bless her. Boy, whatever Remigius says, your mother is a saint. Oh, is that the bell?
Hey, they got
it from here.
Getting stuff done quickly.
A bell without a cathedral. Your father certainly had strange ideas.
It might be. What's a bell?
Hey, it's the princess.
Excuse me.
Alenia. Alina.
You. I remember you. You're the boy with no father.
Actually, I have 2 fathers now.
Is that so?
Yes. Tom Builder and Jack Sherbug.
I thought you weren't the builder's son.
Well, I am now.
I have to say, Prior Philip told me there would be a lot of sheep here. I can see he wasn't exaggerating.
You know Philip too?
I do. He's the reason I'm here. Is he around?
He should be around somewhere. Busy man, that fellow. But don't worry. You probably won't have to look for him for long.
All right. Thank you.
It's like the mill's up and running. The city, or the village, is being rebuilt. Uh-oh. Is that the Hamleys?
Shall we go after them?
No. Now we know where we can find them.
Ha! Ho!
My bishop, William Hamley, has returned to see you.
Send him in, Timothy. We have much to discuss.
That can't be good. Do you have an optimistic estimation of the cost of construction? Shows an image of paradise for the new cathedral's Tampton. You have not heard anything about Francis for a while. Lady Alina, why does she want to talk to Philip? Bishop Walerin began scheming against Kingsbridge. She finished book 1. We have completed book 1. Thank you guys very much for watching my channel and enjoying my. Hope you guys enjoyed my Christmas special. Our Christmas special here on the channel, the Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. Yeah, so we'll return again soon. I'm breaking this them up by books, so we'll see you again for book number 2 and the 3-book series of Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. We'll see you again soon. Satisfying.
Next time on the Pillars of the Earth, find out what happened to me and my brother Richard after the siege of our father's castle. What will the future hold in store for Kingsbridge? The Pillars of the Earth, Sowing the Wind.
I am intrigued.